The over-the-top mama's boy, my school beauty deskmate is my mother. Hua Yuguan is a good-for-nothing high school student who is constantly bullied at school, yet he boasts at home, claiming to be the school bully. His mother, Liu Yumian, is an unbelievably powerful and stunningly beautiful demon queen. For a secret she must keep, Liu Yumian pretends to be a transfer student and enrolls in the same school as Hua Yuguan, becoming the most talked about super school beauty. By coincidence, Liu Yumian not only ends up in the same class as Hua Yuguan but also becomes his deskmate. Thus begins the hilariously touching and action-packed journey of the cowardly mama's boy's growth. Chapter 1: The New Heavenly School Beauty. The Future Leadership Academy, Dahao High School, is a private elite school designed to swindle nouveau-riche families. The students here are a mix of spoiled rich kids, terrifying bullies, twisted freaks, and mysterious illegitimate children, and the list goes on. One day, a transfer student arrived at the school, stunning everyone with her breathtaking beauty. Liu Yumian, a goddess-like woman capable of turning an ordinary summer school uniform into something fashionably alluring. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with legs so long they seemed to defy the laws of nature, and a graceful stride that made her look like a model, even the most drab school skirt appeared impossibly short and seductive on her. And the white school blouse. It was almost bursting at the seams, as if it couldn't contain her incredible figure. The tension in the fabric was palpable, like two volcanoes on the verge of eruption, enough to ignite anyone's passions. No one else in the world could make a school uniform look like this. But what was even more mesmerizing was Liu Yumian's unparalleled beauty and incredible aura. Her features were so perfect they couldn't possibly exist anywhere else, not even in the demon world. Her clear, bright eyes could swallow a man's soul when she opened them. Half closed, they became sharp enough to slice through the entire universe. Even when her eyes were fully shut, the long lashes and natural eyeliner formed by her divine markings were utterly enchanting. Her delicate eyebrows, neither bent nor drooping, arched majestically, giving her an air of authority and dominance. Her lips, full and red as if kissed by the winds of a distant world, were like the otherworldly flowers in the demon realm, promising eternal devotion to anyone who received a single kiss. Her long, fiery red hair shimmered as if it were a flame, burning everything in its path with a brilliant intensity. She always held her head high, looking down at the world with an air of supreme confidence. To her, everyone was beneath her mere ants in her eyes. However, what no one knew was that Liu Yumian's identity as a transfer student was a fabricated lie. In reality, she was the all-powerful demon queen. And she was also a single mother. Her son, Hua Yuguan, also attended Dahao High School and was 17 years old. Their relationship was anything but ordinary. The demon queen, immortal and ever youthful, appeared as if she were a 20-something super charming older sister, especially in her high ponytail and summer uniform. No one would ever believe she was Hua Yuguan's mother. She had assumed the identity of Liu Yumian and entered Dahao High for a secret that could not be revealed to anyone. When Liu Yumian first walked into the school, it was lunchtime. A gatekeeper stopped her. "Hey, your outfit is, too." The gatekeeper stammered, his face turning red. "Uncle, this is the school uniform they gave me." "Are you saying wearing a uniform is against the rules?" Liu Yumian said confidently and twirled around. As her skirt fluttered, a storm of emotions erupted around her. The students around her instantly became mesmerized, some defended her, while others immediately turned into admirers. "Is wearing a uniform forbidden now? Should we all stop wearing them? Wow. Big sister is amazing. No matter what she wears, she pulls it off like this. If it's just because she is too beautiful that you won't let her into the school, I'll go home and tell my dad." I feel like all the school beauties combined don't compare to her. I wish I could be her dog." The gatekeeper was shocked by the explosive attention this new girl was attracting. He quickly stepped aside, too scared to say anything. "Since you're fine with it, I'll just go in then," Liu Yumian said, walking into Dahao High, leaving a trail of cheers and gasps behind her. Her charm swept through the school like a tidal wave, about to engulf everything in its path. Dahao High School was highly respected by many nouveau-riche families for its grandeur and luxury. A dazzling golden walkway led straight to the grand building of the Great Leaders Academy. To the left was the Human Pioneer Stadium, built to Olympic specifications. To the right stood the Library of Respect for Teachers, with a collection of books that broke world records. Behind the Great Leaders Academy were some astonishing facilities that left people in awe. As Liu Yumian walked down the golden path, a group of boys quickly gathered behind her. She was their new goddess. When she reached the stairs of the Great Leaders Academy building, 3 sinister-looking boys appeared in front of her. The first was an ugly bald-headed guy. The second had black rings under his eyes and a nose ring, while the third was a towering, muscular man, over 2 meters tall, looking like a black mountain. These 3 were part of Dahao's infamous 5 Tyrants, their forced kiss trio. Their arrival sent shivers through the boys who had been following Liu Yumian, fearing their new goddess would soon be humiliated. As was their usual routine, the black-eyed guy and the tall, dark-skinned guy would knock Liu Yumian down, and the bald guy would pretend to stumble, landing on her and forcibly kissing her, groping her all over. Someone whispered, "Big sister, run." At this moment, Hua Yuguan still had no idea his mother had just become his classmate. And he also had no idea Liu Yumian was unaware of the bullying he had been enduring. Right now, Hua Yuguan was being extorted by a guy named Ma Pingchuan. In the corner of the boys' bathroom, Ma Pingchuan grabbed Hua Yuguan's collar and shouted through gritted teeth, "You're not lending me money, huh? I'll kill you." Ma Pingchuan was asking Hua Yuguan to lend him money again, money he would never return. Hua Yuguan, looking pitiful and defeated, explained, "Marji, I've already given all my money to Lei this week. I really don't have anything left." Lei Haiquan, was the boss of Hua Yuguan's class, and Ma Pingchuan was one of his subordinates. "Fuck!" Ma Pingchuan roared, kicking Hua Yuguan in the chest. Hua Yuguan's frail body fell to the side, crashing his head against the wall with a dull thud. "No money. You useless piece of shit. No money. Go steal it." Ma Pingchuan kicked Hua Yuguan a few more times, shouting madly, "I don't care how you get it, just bring me 1,000 in 3 days. Got it? Got it. 1,000. Hua Yuguan clutched his head, his face twisted. "Last time it was only 500, why was it so much this time?" "Huh? What did you say?" Ma Pingchuan squatted down, ripped the pipe from beneath the sink, and started spraying water at Hua Yuguan's face. "Still don't want to pay up? Huh? Don't want to, huh?" The powerful stream of water hit Hua Yuguan, choking him as he coughed violently. Hua Yuguan had always been a kind-hearted boy, never liking to fight or argue. He always cared for others, but to some people, this made him an easy target. So he was constantly bullied. Fine, Marji. I'll do it." Hua Yuguan shut his eyes tightly, trembling as he tried to avoid the spray, his voice breaking with humiliation. "That's more like it." Ma Pingchuan tossed the pipe aside and strutted off, leaving with a mocking final remark, breaking the water pipes. "What poor manners. Go to the school office and apologize." Yes. Hua Yuguan clenched his fists, his tears falling as soon as Ma Pingchuan left. This was the last shred of his dignity. He shakily stood up, drained of all strength, completely defeated. Just then, a loud scream came from the direction of the Great Leaders Academy building. Something big had happened on the Golden Path. Chapter 2, The Frenzied Witch. At Dahao High School, the Golden Pathway was bustling with excitement. The trio of notorious bullies, known as their forced kiss trio, led by the bald-headed Luoshu, were intent on humiliating the new, beautiful girl. They moved swiftly, closing in on Liu Yumian from all sides, making it impossible for her to avoid them. As they approached, the man with the nose ring exchanged a look with the towering, dark-skinned man. Together, they moved to grab Liu Yumian, aiming to overpower her. However, in that instant, a powerful, invisible force surrounded Liu Yumian, sending shockwaves through the air. The nose-ringed guy and the giant man were immediately sent flying, tumbling through the air for several meters. The nose-ringed man rolled and crashed into a stone pillar, his left arm snapping and distorting in a sickening crunch. His screams echoed in the air. Meanwhile, the giant man collided violently with a tree, his massive body causing the tree to topple, blood and leaves scattered across the ground. It was the power of the witch's aura. Her aura was so strong it could manifest in physical form to protect her. No one even saw Liu Yumian make a move. She simply kept walking forward, her steps graceful and composed, her eyes barely flickering. The two bullies had been thrown aside without a single motion from her. The onlookers were stunned into silence for a brief moment, before the entire scene erupted into frenzied gasps and shouts. "Big sister is so strong. How did she do that? She's unbelievable. From now on, I'll be big sister's dog. The atmosphere was electric, and the boys were completely captivated by her presence. Only Luo Shu remained. A martial artist from a prestigious family, Luo Shu was known for his powerful skills. He could take on dozens of opponents at once. Although Liu Yumian's demonic aura unnerved him, he had already gone too far. He had to teach the new girl a lesson or risk losing face. How dare you harm my brothers? I'm going to take you down today. Luo Shu shouted. With a swift motion, Luo Shu tore off his clothes, revealing his well-toned muscles. Liu Yumian's aura surged again, but this time, it couldn't throw Luo Shu off. It seemed like this man was stronger than the others. She stopped in her tracks, realizing this fight wouldn't be so easy. With a calm, composed expression, she placed one hand on her hip and spoke slowly. Oh? What harm? You must be mistaken. They slipped and flew off by themselves. Her stillness was graceful, every movement a perfect example of poise. The boys around her immediately chimed in, yes. Big sister didn't even touch them. Just check the surveillance footage. Die. Luo Shu yelled, attempting to intimidate her as he charged forward with a brutal tiger fist attack. Liu Yumian smiled slightly, standing completely still, seemingly ignoring the attack, her elegance and composure unshaken. Just as Luo Shu's fist was about to strike her face, Liu Yumian suddenly changed her posture. With a breathtaking move, she executed a perfect standing splits, her legs forming a straight line perpendicular to the ground. This was the most beautiful, mesmerizing line anyone had ever seen. The boys went wild. Screams and cheers erupted all around. As for Luo Shu, he was gone. Vanished into thin air. Liu Yumian slowly lowered her legs, and the most beautiful sight in the world faded away. Several boys had fallen to their knees, faces pressed to the floor. This which was too alluring, every gesture, every movement, exuded a power that drove them crazy. I heard that silk and lace are trending in the demon realm lately. Must be the queen setting the trend, one of the boys whispered. Where's Luo Shu? Someone called out. Eyes darted around until someone shouted, third floor. He's hanging from the pipes on the third floor. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, there was Luo Shu, unconscious and hanging from a pipe on the third floor, his bald head gleaming under the sunlight. Liu Yumian casually adjusted her skirt, her movements flawless, her grace the epitome of elegance. All right then, is anyone willing to show me to class 69, she asked, winking. I'll do it. Me? I'm going to show her the way every day. I'll be her dog. The boys rushed to the front, eager to be of service. The Great Scholar building had 16 floors, and the 5th floor was a forbidden zone. Meanwhile, a tall figure sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 5th floor, watching everything unfold below. He took a sip of tea and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice to the empty room. One kick, and Luo Shu flies to the 3rd floor. Interesting. She has finally arrived. But there was no one with him. A cold, eerie voice suddenly echoed in the empty chair beside him. Is the rumor true? True or not? Who knows, har har har. The voice chuckled. With a trail of excited boys leading the way, Liu Yumian walked toward class 69. She didn't know that Hua Yuguan was also in that class. Meanwhile, Hua Yuguan had just left the boys' bathroom and noticed everyone running toward the golden pathway. Something big must have happened there. Could it be because of those two heart-wrenching screams he heard earlier? Oh! Hua Yuguan sighed, shaking his head. It has nothing to do with me. If I go, I might just get bullied again. Better stay away. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he walked toward the boys' dorm, dejected. He needed to change his wet clothes before class started. Back in the dorm, disaster struck. He had no clean clothes left to change into. He'd been bullied so much lately that his clothes were torn and dirty, and he hadn't had the chance to fix them. Sitting on his bed, he stared out the window, lost in his thoughts. A skinny, sickly-looking boy with glasses, named Zhu Sentu, walked over and handed him his best clothes. Here, change. Zhu Sentu was Hua Yuguan's only friend in Dahao High. Despite his frail appearance, he was always cheerful and carefree. He didn't care what others thought. No one dared to associate with Hua Yuguan due to the bullying, but Zhu Sentu wasn't afraid. He was always optimistic, no matter the situation. Hua Yuguan took the clothes, and Zhu Sentu sat across from him. Yuguan, I think you should transfer to another school, Zhu Sen Tu advised. This place really isn't tea for you. It was true. Before arriving at Dahao High, Hua Yuguan rarely faced such bullying. But this place was dark and cruel, where the weak had no place to stand. Aside from his kindness and timidity, Hua Yuguan was also deeply infatuated. He had come to Dahao High for Zhang Wanyo, the school's beauty. No matter how much bullying he faced, as long as he could see Zhang Wanyo's smile every day, he'd be satisfied. He didn't respond to Zhu Sen Tu's suggestion but quickly changed into the new clothes and forced a smile. Let us go. We need to head to class. Zhu Sen Tu sighed, then turned and walked away, muttering to himself, there are plenty of flowers in the world. The bell for class rang. Zhu Sen Tu and Hua Yuguan, arms around each other's shoulders, rushed to the great scholar building. Class 69 was on the 9th floor, and the two of them raced up the stairs. The elevator was for their big shots, not for them. Because Liu Yumian was surrounded by so many boys asking for her autograph and photos, her progress was slow. This gave Hua Yuguan a chance to reach the classroom first. As usual, he walked to the back of the class, head lowered, and sat down quietly. The first thing he did was glance toward Zhang Wanyo's seat. He felt a bit disappointed. She wasn't here yet. Was she skipping class again? She was such a pure, innocent girl. Why had she been skipping class lately? The classroom was abuzz with talk about the stunning new transfer student. She is so beautiful. The flawless queen. She kicked Luoshu to the 3rd floor. If it were me, I'd be willing to be kicked to death by her. I heard she is in our class 69. Really? Our class S boys are so lucky. I heard her name is Liu Yumian. Liu Yumian? Hua Yuguan paused. Wasn't he that a bit similar to his mom, Liu Yumian's name? Could it be a coincidence? Liu Yumian, Liu Yumian. They were both aliases. The true name of the demon queen could not be pronounced in the human realm. Amidst the chaos, Liu Yumian entered the classroom. Chapter 3, My deskmate, the school goddess, is my mom. The sky-high queen, the super school beauty, the demon queen Liu Yumian, walked into class 69 surrounded by a crowd of boys. She was the center of attention, standing high above, her beauty overwhelming the entire room. Her presence was so powerful that it almost felt like it would break the entire school building. Haven't they seen a girl before? What is all this fuss about? It must be some boring hype. Hua Yuguan silently complained to himself, glancing up without much interest. And then he froze. Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning split the sky and struck Hua Yuguan's head, shattering his soul. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face turned crimson, his body covered in cold sweat. His heart nearly stopped, and for a moment, it felt like his soul had left his body. Mom! He blurted out instinctively. Mom! My mom? Oh my God! Thankfully, the classroom was filled with chaos and screams, so no one heard him. Hua Yuguan snapped back to his senses. Oh no! Everything is ruined. This is so embarrassing. Why is she here? The transfer student, Liu Yumian. In this uniform. This is just outrageous. Is she playing dress up again? Liu Yumian, the demon queen, was fascinated by human culture. She loved playing different roles: nurse, police officer, dancer, bunny girl, investigator. Hua Yuguan had seen it all. Panicked, Hua Yuguan buried his face in his sleeve, hoping his mom didn't see him. He was terrified for a good reason. He often boasted to his mom, saying he was the school bully at Dahao High. It was the only time he lied, all for the girl he admired, Zhang Wanyo. If his mom knew he was the school's punching bag, she'd probably make him transfer schools, and then he'd never see Zhang Wanyo again. When his mom asked him why he could be a school bully despite being so weak, he always confidently said it was his superior intelligence. Liu Yumian didn't really believe it, but since Hua Yuguan was always so kind and honest, she believed him. The bell rang, and the students blocking the door slowly dispersed. The excitement in the classroom gradually calmed down. Class 69 had 37 students, with 5 absent that day. Of the 40 desks, 8 were empty. Hua Yuguan's desk had 2 vacant spots beside him, but no one dared to sit next to him. Liu Yumian glanced at the last row and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, what a coincidence. She walked straight toward Hua Yuguan. No. No. Hua Yuguan panicked and wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, any hole at all. Her elegant steps reached his side, and Liu Yumi smiled, a mischievous smile. She sat down. Her long legs took up the space beneath the desk, filling the dark area with smooth, white elegance. My mom is my deskmate. Oh my god. This is too much. Hua Yuguan was on the brink of exploding. She wouldn't recognize me, right? Since he was wearing Zhu Santu's clothes, Hua Yuguan held onto his last shred of hope. The useless Hua Yuguan of class 69, at this moment, had become the envy of the entire class. Such a lucky guy, sitting so close to the new school goddess. I wish I could swap seats with him. Doesn't he matter, when Lei Ji comes back, the goddess's seat will definitely be his. Ma Pingchuan, sitting in the third row, glared at Hua Yuguan. You little brat. He doesn't deserve it. I'll kick him out as soon as Lei Ji gets back. Just then, the Chinese teacher, Li Jibin, entered the classroom. The salaries at Dahao High were high, and the teachers were generally divided into two categories. The first group just showed up for class, lectured, and left immediately without caring much. The second group took care of the students they could manage and ignored the rest. Li Jibin was the first type. He looked at Liu Yumi for a few seconds, then casually opened his lesson plan. The bell rang again. Class begins. Stand. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, students. Sit down. Hua Yuguan still had his head down and didn't move. After the usual routine, Li Jibin began the lesson, and the students did their own things. It was understood that the teacher and students had an unspoken agreement to avoid interfering with each other. Then, Liu Yumi raised her eyebrows and spoke, Little Hua, stop hiding. I can smell you from a mile away. This witch, talking nonsense. She was using her magic transmission. Her mouth didn't move, but her voice directly reached Hua Yuguan's mind. This kind of magic only worked between blood relatives. What? I don't smell anything today. Hua Yuguan refused to move. He had to hold on. If you don't sit up straight, I'll tell everyone your embarrassing secret. Like you haven't stopped breastfeeding yet. She's a witch. She likes talking nonsense. Under the pressure, Hua Yuguan reluctantly sat up straight, his face redder than ever, his expression twisted, his body covered in sweat. If anyone knew this secret, he'd be doomed. He had never been so embarrassed before, not even when he was bullied the most. Liu Yumi glanced at him, saw his discomfort, and chuckled softly. Hua Yuguan couldn't use the magic transmission, as for various reasons, he hadn't inherited any of his mother's powers. Also, he had no idea about Liu Yumi's true identity as the Demon Queen. He always thought his mom was just a strong woman with a little magic. He muttered in a low voice, Mom, you're too much. Why are you dressed like this? Like what? It's just the school uniform. Liu Yumi lifted the hem of her skirt to show him. No. Not that. I meant, why are you pretending to be a transfer student? What's going on here? Hua Yuguan was completely helpless. I missed you, so I came back to keep you company while you study, Liu Yumi said, her voice gentle as she spoke to him. Unfortunately, it was all just empty words. The powerful queen only showed this kind of warmth and tenderness when facing Hua Yuguan. Can't you say something truthful for once? When have I ever lied to you? You lie to me every day. How can you make such shameless lies sound so warm and delicate? It's despicable. Hua Yuguan sighed deeply. Fine, asking was pointless. But even without asking, he could guess. Maybe the school was hiding some artifact, and his mom was a collector. On the surface, anyway. When are you leaving? This was the question Hua Yuguan was most concerned about. He thought his mom would stay just a few days to find the treasure and then leave. But to his surprise, Liu Yumi casually replied, at least 1 or 2 years. Hua Yuguan screamed in shock, startling the entire class. Hua Yuguan! What are you doing? The teacher scolded loudly. Sorry. Hua Yuguan quickly stood up and bowed in apology. I had a headache for a moment, sorry. You look terrible. Are you sick? No. No, I can hold on. Then sit down and pay attention to the class. Okay. Hua Yuguan sat down, feeling like he could die at any moment. Turns out studying is so much fun, Liu Yumi smiled happily. Not fun at all. I get to watch you embarrass yourself, darling. The last two words were so gentle, like a spring breeze melting the ice. Hua Yuguan covered his head. His head really hurt now. Perhaps it was because the desk was too hard or because her legs were too long. Liu Yumi got up slightly, grabbed Hua Yuguan's 3 books, and placed them under the desk to sit on. What are you doing now? Mom always likes to sit in the higher positions, and you know that better than anyone. Can't you just speak normally? Hua Yuguan thought helplessly. I can't deal with this, Mom, anymore. My head hurts even more now. In the midst of Liu Yumi's nonsense, Hua Yuguan didn't hear a single word of what the teacher was saying. Before he knew it, the bell rang again, signaling the end of class. Li Jibin packed up his lesson plan and left in a hurry. Ma Pingchuan immediately stood up, fuming with anger as he stormed toward Hua Yuguan. He had been looking back at him throughout the class, his eyes red with jealousy. He was losing his mind. Why should that useless guy be sitting next to the super alluring goddess? Ma Pingchuan was determined to kick him out. That seat belonged to Ma Pingchuan today. Chapter 4, This Punch. The Courageous Beginning. The leader of Class 69 was Lei Haiquan, a descendant of the Lightning Gate, whose martial arts were far superior to Luo Duguantu's. He didn't attend class today. Ma Pingchuan was Lei Haiquan's confidant, a rather insignificant character. When Lei Haiquan was around, he flattered and followed him. When Lei Haiquan wasn't around, he tried to act tough. He pointed at Hua Yuguan and charged toward him with a menacing look. He couldn't beat others, but bullying Hua Yuguan was easy enough. This small-time thug could easily be killed with a witch's aura, but Liu Yumi didn't act immediately. She wanted to see how her son, the school bully Hua Yuguan, would handle such a small matter. Surely, he would manage it with ease. But wait, Liu Yumi looked at Hua Yuguan with great expectations, only to see him shaking in fear. Could this be his strategy? Flower Yuguan. You're dead today. Ma Pingchuan leaped in front of Hua Yuguan's desk, glaring at him. Liu Yumi never imagined that her school bully son, Hua Yuguan, would be so frightened that he scurried under the desk. The class erupted in laughter. He was so timid and weak, even worse than a dog. Liu Yumi's heart tightened. Could it be? Ma Pingchuan already knew Hua Yuguan's reaction well. He had bullied Hua Yuguan countless times and knew him like the back of his hand. Har har har. You turtle, coward. Ma Pingchuan laughed triumphantly and kicked the desk twice. Liu Yumi watched with rising anger, her vision blurred as the world seemed to collapse around her. Her son was so pathetic at how high? Had she neglected him? Had she failed him? But why? Why had he lied to her? He was the kindest, most innocent child in the world, with no evil in him. He couldn't be lying. Liu Yumi's heart shattered in an instant. She clutched her head, her mind swirling with a flood of emotions. She was lost. She had so many hidden struggles. Hua Yuguan didn't even know her true identity. She had kept it from him, and she had to. Over the past year, as the demon world descended into chaos, she had frequently been on business trips or traveling the globe, secretly returning to the demon world to handle the turmoil. As a result, she had been spending less time with Hua Yuguan. She had neglected so many things. And due to Hua Yuguan's special constitution, he couldn't tolerate any magic. The consequences would be unimaginable. So, Liu Yumi had always wanted him to live a simple, ordinary life. Had she been wrong? Had she made a mistake? Liu Yumi repeatedly questioned herself in her mind. Ma Pingchuan escalated his actions, grabbing Hua Yuguan's hair and yanking him upward. Hua Yuguan cried out in pain, his whole body trembling. Like a drowned dog, Ma Pingchuan dragged him out from under the desk. Ma Pingchuan was especially vicious today. He was frustrated because he had no money, and he also wanted to show off in front of the alluring older sister Liu Yumi to gain some favor. You little bastard. Coward. Get the hell out of here. Ma Pingchuan landed punch after punch on Hua Yuguan's head. You don't deserve to sit next to our school beauty. Get lost, you stupid useless. Bang. A loud slap rang out as Liu Yumi slammed her palm down on the desk, instantly shattering it into dust. The entire class gasped. How powerful. They saw Liu Yumi's terrifying strength, but they couldn't understand the world-destroying fury in her eyes. Ma Pingchuan, however, was clueless. He only knew how to bully the weak and had no understanding of human nature. He didn't even realize that Liu Yumi's slap was directed at him. Still laughing arrogantly, Ma Pingchuan swaggered up to Liu Yumian and, thinking he was being funny, said, "Wow. Our school beauty is both beautiful and tough. Beautiful women always match with heroes. So, school beauty, have you found your hero yet?" Liu Yumi closed her eyes tightly. She couldn't open them when she was angry. If she did, it would be the end of the world. "You will die." Liu Yumi spat out each word slowly, with a chilling, murderous tone. "Har har, school beauty, are you acting?" "You're acting as pretty good," Ma Pingchuan taunted, taking another step closer. He added lecherously, "I haven't even made you pregnant, how can I die?" Before he could finish, Ma Pingchuan received a punch to the face. The entire class was in shock. Oh my god. The coward actually hit someone. That punch, it was Hua Yuguan who threw it. Hua Yuguan actually threw the punch. Hua Yuguan had lived 17 years as a kind, timid, and weak boy who never fought back. This was the first time he had ever hit someone. This was his first punch. The punch wasn't strong, his little fist was trembling, but it stunned everyone. Ma Pingchuan froze, completely dumbfounded. What was happening? It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely humiliating. He couldn't believe this useless coward, whom he had bullied for over a year, actually dared to fight back. Liu Yumi, too, was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at her son, Hua Yuguan, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The world wasn't ending. In this moment, there was no anger in her eyes, only love. You dare hit me?" Ma Pingchuan snapped back to reality, fury boiling in his veins. That punch was for his mother. It was a sudden surge of impulse. But after that punch, Hua Yuguan immediately turned soft again. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he begged, "Brother Ma, it's not like that. I'm sorry." Sigh. Liu Yumi sighed coldly. Still too weak. She couldn't hold back any longer. Killing Ma Pingchuan was easier than crushing a bug, but Liu Yumi had made up her mind. She needed Hua Yuguan to stand up on his own. He could be ordinary, but he couldn't be weak. She couldn't directly enhance Hua Yuguan's strength. Any magical fluctuations might trigger something within him. So, she gently flicked her fingers, casting a curse on Ma Pingchuan. Ma Pingchuan suddenly jumped up, stomping hard on Hua Yuguan. This stomp would probably break a few ribs, right? But Hua Yuguan didn't feel any pain at all. It was a complete false alarm. Sweetheart, when a person is full of courage, they won't feel any pain. Think about how he has bullied you. Stand up, fight back. You can do it. Mommy's got your back. Liu Yumi's witchcraft voice transmitted to Hua Yuguan. In this class, the one who bullied Hua Yuguan the most was this Ma Pingchuan. The past humiliations flooded Hua Yuguan's mind. Water sloshed, hair pulling, nicknames, extortion, threats, beatings. The accumulated humiliation turned into a thunderous roar. Hua Yuguan's anger flared, his eyes turning red. He jumped up, knocked Ma Pingchuan down, and began to beat him senseless. He had finally gotten revenge. He had never been so bold. Ma Pingchuan. You coward. Turtle. Little bastard. Worse than a dog. He yelled as he pummeled him. Ma Pingchuan tried to fight back but had no strength. Hua Yuguan grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, venting his humiliation and fury. Ma Pingchuan was left bruised and battered, crying out for mercy, "Brother Hua, Grandpa Hua. Spare me. Stop hitting me, I'm gonna die." But the more Ma Pingchuan begged, the more Hua Yuguan became enraged. "When I begged you for mercy, did you spare me? Go die. You dog." Hua Yuguan's rage burned as he didn't stop. When his fists grew tired, he jumped up and started stomping on him. He stomped for several minutes before running out of strength. Hua Yuguan leaned against the wall, panting heavily. At that moment, with a puff and a burst of white smoke, Ma Pingchuan turned into a large black dog. This startled Hua Yuguan. The entire class screamed in terror. Ma Pingchuan. He turned into a dog. How is that possible? It's huge. Oh my god. It's real. What's going on? Call the police. There's a ghost. Liu Yumi chuckled coldly and stood up. Everyone, don't be afraid. Ma Pingchuan was always a dog demon. She elegantly folded her arms and casually lied, he's just been reverted to his true form. The students exchanged confused looks, unsure of what was happening. Liu Yumian stepped on the big black dog and stared at him, as if to say, what do you think? I beat you up and frame you. Go and sue me if you can. Big black dog. The methods of the demon queen. She has to do things to the extreme. The big black dog howled, and no one knew what he wanted to say. Who cares? Enjoy your dog life slowly, Ma Pingchuan. Hua Yuguan smiled with relief. Chapter 5 Hua Yuguan's Bizarre Life Story. Ma Pingchuan, a scoundrel, bullied Hua Yuguan for more than a year and a half, and now Liu Yumian has turned him into a big black dog. Zhu Santu is very smart. He was the first to stand up and speak for Hua Yuguan, pointing at the big black dog and shouting, I have long suspected that Ma Pingchuan is a monster. Hua Yuguan is getting rid of the evil for the people today. As Zhu Santu took the lead, people gradually followed suit. Think about it, that guy bullies the good and fears the evil, loves to steal things, and is not like a human being. I heard that his parents are not good people either. They are related to some murder case. Could the whole family be dog monsters? How scary. I have long seen that he is not a human. I didn't say it because no one would believe it if I said it. Ma Pingchuan immediately became the target of everyone's trampling and derogation. Hua Yuguan smiled foolishly, reminiscing about their violence just now. It feels so good to vent anger. This is the first fight he has had in 17 years, and he won. Although he relied on his mother's secret support, this fight planted the seeds of courage deep in his heart, waiting to sprout and bloom. He began to vaguely feel that he didn't need to live in the world so cowardly. Liu Yumian looked at Hua Yuguan, and a trace of tears flashed in her beautiful big eyes. She was very moved by the punch that the timid and cowardly Hua Yuguan threw for her. But this poor child needs to be retrained. He should become a dragon among men who stand tall and proud. She took 2 steps forward and walked to Hua Yuguan's side. Ignore the eyes of others. Ignore their whole world. Liu Yumian stretched out her hands, hugged Hua Yuguan into her arms, and hugged him tightly. Bury his frightened face with her warm chest. Mom's arms, so fragrant, so soft, so warm. There is the fragrance of flowers blooming in dreams. Mom. Hua Yuguan's restless heart calmed down in her mother's gentle arms, and waves of happiness rippled in his mind. The classroom of Class 69 erupted with earth-shattering shouts. Especially the boys, they were completely crazy. No. Our new school beauty. Why is it him? Why? What kind of vision? I'm so handsome, why don't you hug me? Let go of Hua Yuguan, let me do it. I don't want to live anymore. My life has lost its meaning. Of course they didn't know the relationship between Liu Yumian and Hua Yuguan. In their eyes, a super strong school beauty who had just transferred here was hugging a loser. And buried his face. It was so heart-wrenching. This incomprehensible picture was enough to bring them a fatal blow that destroyed their hearts. Many people were taking pictures. At this moment, Hua Yuguan successfully became the public enemy of the whole school. Xiao Hua Hua, there are some things that I was wrong. I'm sorry. The witch transmitted. I should apologize. I ignored the dangers of the world. I thought. Alas. Anyway, I was wrong. She had too many secrets that she couldn't tell him. Too many. No. It's my fault. I lied to you. Hua Yuguan whispered, I'm not a school bully. I'm a coward. However, the witch's way of thinking is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Liu Yumian took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell greatly. It put a lot of pressure on Hua Yuguan's face. She said to Hua Yuguan gently, there is a saying in the world, 3 times is the limit. Baby, this is the first time you lied to your mother. It's okay. You still have 2 chances. But you must remember, you can only lie to your mother 3 times. You must remember. The witch's words are poisonous oaths. Yeah. Hua Yuguan wanted to nod, but he couldn't. How could he nod with his face buried? The two hugged each other, as if they had forgotten the whole world. And in Liu Yumian's mind, all kinds of past scenes emerged. My poor child. The demon queen hugged the fiery red baby boy she had just given birth to, tears streaming down her face. The great light king surrounded the demon queen with thousands of troops. This child is a calamity-destroying demon soul that reincarnates once every 100 million years. He must not be left here. He must be killed. Who dares? The demon queen held the baby boy in her arms and swept her sharp eyes over the thousands of troops. Whoever dares to kill my child, I will let the whole world be buried with him. You are too presumptuous, queen. Try it. The demon queen and the great light king stared at each other with murderous intent. At this time, a hunchbacked old demon walked out of the army. He was leaning on a cane and said as he walked, "There is a way. We can use the great transformation array to seal the calamity-destroying demon soul in the child's body again. In this way, he will become an ordinary human being in the future. You can give it a try." The great light king and the demon queen nodded at the same time. However, 3 days later, the great transformation array failed. The calamity-destroying demon soul was too powerful to be sealed at all. So the great light king and the queen of demon gods fought fiercely, killing each other until the sky was dark. The devil soul of Jimia must be destroyed. HMPH. You must be destroyed too. The hunchbacked old demon stood up again. Stop fighting, there is another way. Tell me quickly. We can separate the soul of the good side and the soul of the dark side of this child. In this way, the devil soul of Jimia will only parasitize his dark side. The hunchbacked old demon knew everything. The great light king and the queen of demon gods finally stopped. What will happen to my child? Split into two, the good side can only be raised in the human world. He will be a human being with the utmost affection and kindness, and the dark side can only imprison him in the death cell of the demon world. In this way, it can be regarded as the best of both worlds. The hunchbacked old demon stroked his long beard. There was no other way, and the queen of demon gods finally compromised. So, the 10 great demon gods combined their magic power to split the baby boy into two. The kind one was sent to the human world and named Hua Yuguan. The dark one was imprisoned in the death row and named Guan Yuhua. They are actually the same person. Because Hua Yuguan was born with only half a soul, his body is thin and weak, and his character is very affectionate and kind. The queen of gods and demons never dared to use magic power on him, because the fluctuation of magic power might help him open the soul channel and let him sense the existence of another self. The queen of gods and demons always believed that there were still many good people in the world. Even if Hua Yuguan was kind and cowardly, he could live a happy life under her care. But she was wrong. Ding ling ling, the bell for the second class in the afternoon rang. Math teacher Li Xiaojing walked into the classroom. Hey! What are you doing with so many people gathered together? Li Xiaojing shouted. Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian came to their senses at the same time. Oh my god! This is a big misunderstanding. Hua Yuguan was startled, and quickly pushed Liu Yumian away, and sat back in her seat with a red face. The classmates dispersed and gradually quieted down. Liu Yumian moved a desk again and sat next to Hua Yuguan. She decided that she would not separate from him again before Hua Yuguan grew up to be a dragon among men. Besides, it was fresh and interesting for her, the queen of gods and demons, to take classes with young people. As for Marping Chuan's big black dog, it had already slipped out of the classroom, and it was afraid of being killed by Hua Yuguan. The last class of the afternoon began. The campus, the sun, the sound of reading. It looks peaceful and beautiful, but in fact, there are undercurrents. When school was over, the police came, and someone reported Marping Chuan's matter to the police. However, the dog demon was beaten into its original form, which was simply a fantasy, and no one took a picture of it. The police just thought it was a prank, educated the person who called the police and left. The teaching quality of Dahao Middle School is very poor, but there are many tricks. There are no classes at night, but there are various activities to cultivate leadership. Liu Yumian is not interested, she is already the supreme leader. Xiao Hua, take your mother around the school and get familiar with the environment. Chapter 6 In Mom's Body. Liu Yumian asked Hua Yuguan to take her around to get familiar with the environment. Of course it was a lie. If she wanted to get familiar with the environment, she only needed to take a look. She just wanted to relax and think about how to make Hua Yuguan stronger. This is a big problem. Hua Yuguan cannot accept magic power, he has to stand up on his own, and the most important thing is his heart. Right behind the Great Man Academy building is a beautiful garden. It is the favorite place for young couples to meet on dates. In the midsummer, the flowers are blooming, the winding water pavilion is full of light and color. Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian came to the garden as they pleased. Mom, you used magic to turn Mar Pingchuan into a dog, didn't you? No, he is really a dog demon, and it was your courage that turned him back to his original form. Why do you lie to me every day, but I can only lie to you 3 times? Because I love you. Liu Yumian smiled warmly and threw a coquettish eye at Hua Yuguan. She would only be so gentle when facing Hua Yuguan. Mom, be serious, we are in school. Walk through the corridor and step onto the stone bridge, the highest point of the garden. Hua Yuguan looked into the pavilion opposite the stone bridge, and suddenly his eyes lit up and saw a figure that fascinated him. The old school beauty Zhang Wanyo was sitting in the pavilion. Zhang Wanyo's biggest feature is one word, pure. The pink and tender little face often has a bit of shyness that is ignorant of the world, and the clean and bright big eyes are a holy spring that is not stained with dust, clear enough to wash the soul of the world. Her freshness and refinement always make people want to take a deep breath, just one breath, elegant and pleasant, refreshing and lasting. She is clearly a fairy who accidentally stepped on the clouds and fell into the world, and has long been deeply rooted in Hua Yuguan's heart. Hua Yuguan looked deeply, as if just looking at her, even his eyes would become spotless. But it's not right. Lei Haiquan, the class bully of class 69, was also in the pavilion. He sat next to Zhang Wanyo and said something to her with a beaming face. The two looked very close. Hua Yuguan covered his chest and couldn't breathe. The sudden huge blow tore a crack in his heart. It turned out that Zhang Wanyo skipped school these 2 days to date Lei Haiquan. Hua Yuguan's world suddenly collapsed. For more than a year, he had been swallowing his anger and submitting to her just to see Zhang Wanyo every day. His infatuation is beyond the reach of ordinary people, and the pain it brings is not something that ordinary people can understand. Watching Lei Haiquan and Zhang Wanyo getting close, all his beautiful aspirations were shattered before his eyes. There was only an endless darkness left in his infatuated world, which was about to drown him, tear him apart, and bury him. Liu Yumian saw that Hua Yuguan's expression was a little distorted, so she quickly ran up the stone bridge and looked into the pavilion in front. After all, she was Hua Yuguan's mother, and she knew him very well. She immediately understood everything. Hua Yuguan was a very affectionate and kind person. The reason why he insisted on studying at Dahao Middle School must be for that girl. For some reason, Liu Yumian was a little angry. Xiao Hua, what kind of vision do you have? Liu Yumian complained with her hands folded. With this kind of appearance, can it compare to 1% of your mother's? Of course not. Hua Yuguan also admitted it. But mother and wife are completely different. Mom is the best. Mom is the most beautiful. I love my mother the most. But it's different from my wife. Hua Yuguan's heart was bleeding, and his soul was trembling and crying. He held onto the bridge pier, feeling dizzy, and the world was spinning. He couldn't figure it out. Why? Lei Haiquan was a big, burly guy, plain-looking, and domineering. Zhang Wanyo was so innocent and pure, so beautiful and extraordinary. Why would she be with Lei Haiquan? Liu Yumian looked down on Zhang Wanyo. She's my daughter-in-law. No way. But she thought again, this might be a good opportunity to motivate Hua Yuguan. So Liu Yumian raised her eyebrows, smiled mischievously, put her flaming red lips on Hua Yuguan's ear, and whispered, Xiao Hua, take a closer look. Your sweetheart is full of reluctance. She must have been forced by Lei Haiquan, the class bully forced her to date. How could she dare to refuse? This time, the demon queen did not use the witch to transmit the sound, because her real voice is naturally very provocative. After hearing what Liu Yumian said, he looked into the pavilion again, and it seemed that something was really wrong. Lei Haiquan took Zhang Wanyo's white little hand, and Zhang Wanyo struggled to get away from him. Lei Haiquan smiled like a chrysanthemum that had bloomed. He hugged Zhang Wanyo savagely and wanted to kiss her, but Zhang Wanyo turned her head away and didn't let him kiss her. Hua Yuguan gritted his teeth and saw blood rushing to his head. His fingers scratched the bridge pier and left blood. Now rush over and separate them, you still have a chance, otherwise, such a fair school beauty will be pushed by a pig. Liu Yumian continued to provoke him. Hua Yuguan's eyes began to turn red, he took a step towards the pavilion, but then took it back unconvincingly. Lei Haikuan is the successor of the lightning sect. He is fast and powerful, much stronger than Luo Shu. Hua Yuguan has been bullied by Lei Haikuan for too long, and he has magnified his fear of Lei Haikuan in his mind. In his eyes, Lei Haikuan was a top-notch player who was impossible to defeat. I can't beat him. He's too strong. Hua Yuguan held his head, almost crying in pain. Forget it, let Lei Haikuan, the pig, take her. Lei Haikuan must be rude and cruel, forcing her to take him, and then dumping her after abusing her. Just think about that scene, tut-tut. So pitiful. Liu Yumian turned into a poisonous tongue queen. Die. Hua Yuguan couldn't listen any longer, he screamed heartbreakingly and rushed to the pavilion. Liu Yumian laughed. My lovely silly son, who is your mother? How could she let you get into trouble? Hua Yuguan rushed into the pavilion like crazy, scaring Lei Haikuan and Zhang Wanyo. Liu Yumian was expecting Hua Yuguan to say something cruel, but Lei! Master Lei! Hua Yuguan was sweating profusely, his expression twisted by fear and confusion. Please don't force Zhang Wanyo to date you. Liu Yumian slapped herself in the face, extremely disappointed. This kid is almost hopeless, he must be trained, immediately. Right now. Hua Yuguan's words surprised Zhang Wanyo, but made Lei Haikuan laugh. Har har har. You really know how to tell jokes, you idiot. Lei Haikuan stood up with a smile. Hua Yuguan trembled with fear and took 2 steps back. However, he suddenly found that the goddess Zhang Wanyo was looking at him pitifully, with tears of forbearance floating in her clear eyes, as if she was expecting something. A surge of blood rushed to Hua Yuguan's brain, and he took another 3 steps forward. Please. He wanted to repeat the stupid words he just said. Lei Haikuan cursed, please your mother. While cursing, Lei Haikuan stepped in front of Hua Yuguan like lightning and swung a big punch at Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan raised his hand to block, but his thin body could not withstand this shocking punch. He was directly knocked away 5 or 6 meters, fell to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of white foam. Liu Yumian deliberately ignored this punch. Lei Haikuan is a ruthless person. Although he did not bully Hua Yuguan as many times as Ma Pingchuan, he was very heavy every time. He took another lightning step and appeared in front of Hua Yuguan as if teleporting, raised his foot high, and stepped on Hua Yuguan's vitals. Too cruel. Liu Yumian was shocked. This man is too cruel. She couldn't imagine how Hua Yuguan had endured for the past year and a half. Liu Yumian snapped her fingers, and at the moment when Lei Haikuan was about to kick Hua Yuguan, a powerful force suddenly shook Lei Haikuan out and fell into the lotus pond next to him. The time has come. Liu Yumian flashed in front of Hua Yuguan. It was time for him to receive special training. Xiao Hua Hua, do you want to defeat this bully? The witch transmitted the voice. I want to, but I. Liu Yumian opened her arms towards Hua Yuguan and said something extremely difficult to understand. Stand up and come into mom's body. What are you talking about? Hua Yuguan was confused and at a loss. Forget it, mom will do it herself. Liu Yumian took 2 steps forward and walked above Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan lay on the ground, looking up at Liu Yumian. She was like a god. She had a strong oppressive force that was superior to all living things. Liu Yumian squatted down. She used 2 fingers to touch her forehead, and Hua Yuguan lost consciousness instantly. When Hua Yuguan woke up, he found himself in a strange red cave. The walls of the cave were very irregular, and the material was also very strange, neither soft nor hard. There was also a winding path in front. The surroundings were full of things similar to spore plants, and there was a very beautiful tree in the center, surrounded by fragrant winds and crystal butterflies flying. The branches were very lush, extending to the top of the cave like meridians, and the leaves were colorful and dazzling. Liu Yumian stood under the tree with a slightly serious expression. How magical! What is this place? Hua Yuguan looked around. It's the special training room. Special training room. The scenes in Dahao Middle School touched Liu Yumian deeply, and her voice was a little angry. What is ordinary is a blessing, what good is rewarded, what is a step back and the sky is wide. Mom was deceived by the lies of the world before, really thought that you can live an ordinary and happy life as long as you are kind and kind. In fact, the world is the same as there, only the strong who stand tall and upright are qualified to choose their own destiny. That is the demon world. Hua Yuguan's expression also became solemn, and her mother's words were right. Baby, you are too weak. You must receive 10 months of special training here. 10 months? Hua Yuguan exclaimed. What about my school? Don't worry, time here is still. When you leave here, the time when Lei Haikuan hit you will still appear. Wow. So cool. Let's get started. 10 months later, you must step on Lei Haikuan yourself. Don't always rely on Mom. Mom may one day. Liu Yumian looked up at the beautiful tree, thinking. What's wrong with one day? Hua Yuguan noticed something strange. Liu Yumian smiled gently. One day I don't want to care about you. Silly son. Hurry up and practice. Okay. I can do it. Stand tall and proud. I can do it. Hua Yuguan was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 7. Let's go out and show off our skills. Hua Yuguan was eager to fight, and his enthusiasm was high. Mom, let's start. How do we train? Xiao Hua Hua, this special training will be a very difficult process. Are you ready? I'm not afraid. I want to become stronger. I want to be a man who stands tall and proud. Hua Yuguan clenched his fists tightly. Very good. Liu Yumian closed her eyes, slowly raised her hands, drew a circle in the air, and shouted sharply, Demon roots change bones. The gorgeous tree behind her moved with the sound, stretched out dozens of branches, and wrapped Hua Yuguan up. Hua Yuguan was a little scared. He shouted, Mom. What's going on? Don't worry. Close your eyes and concentrate. Liu Yumian ordered her son. A faint white smoke rose in the cave, and Liu Yumian's clothes were all removed in the white smoke. The body of the demon queen danced wantonly, with both agile and ethereal rhyme and a devastating posture. The branches that entangled Hua Yuguan seemed to be encouraged by the demon queen, and they grew violently, soon wrapping up Hua Yuguan's entire body, leaving only his face. Because he only had half a soul, Hua Yuguan's body was destined to be useless, destined to be short, thin and weak, and no matter how he trained, he would never be able to achieve anything. Liu Yumian wanted to transform him here and fill in the gaps with blood. Transforming is like rebirth, but this is not a spell, but a blood magic of the descendants of the demon. Liu Yumian thought about it. Since he couldn't directly pass on magic power to Hua Yuguan, then the magic root transformation was the only way to transform him. The big tree was Hua Yuguan's magic root. The body of the descendants of the demon is different from that of mortals. The so-called magic root is the root left in Liu Yumian's body after Hua Yuguan was born, the root of life, the root of blood. As long as Liu Yumian is alive, this magic root will never disappear. Liu Yumian did not cast a spell on Hua Yuguan directly, but cast a spell on the demon root, thereby indirectly reshaping Hua Yuguan's bones and muscles, and reducing the impact of the mana fluctuations on Hua Yuguan's soul to almost nothing. However, this process will cause considerable damage to the body of the demon queen. In order to let Xiao Hua Hua live as a dragon in the world, she is willing to bear this damage. However, Hua Yuguan still knows nothing about the greatness of her mother. Hua Yuguan felt waves of pain like peeling skin and cramps, but this time, in order to become a man who stands tall and upright, he held back and did not cry. It is not known how long it took. Anyway, Hua Yuguan fainted in pain 3 times. When he woke up for the 4th time, the white smoke in the cave had completely disappeared. Liu Yumian also disappeared. Hua Yuguan opened his eyes, but could not see Liu Yumian, and called anxiously, Mom, where are you? Mom. With a squeak, the branches that entangled Hua Yuguan all loosened and slowly shrank back. Hua Yuguan's whole body was limp, his feet could not support him to stand, and he fell to the ground. All his clothes had long been dissolved by the sap. Baby, your body is much stronger than before. It was Liu Yumian's voice, revealing a tired voice. Mom, where are you? What's wrong with you? Mom is fine, just a little tired, just take a rest. Mom can only help you so much, the rest depends on your own practice. Mom. Hua Yuguan's eyes were full of tears. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to his mother 3 times. Apart from this, he didn't know how else to express his touched feelings. He didn't know that the magic root had changed his bones, but he could feel that his mother must have paid a lot for him. Silly, get up quickly. Mom needs to rest, you can practice some basic skills by yourself. Remember, don't run around, mom can see you at any time. Mwar. After that, Liu Yumian's voice disappeared. Hua Yuguan quickly recovered his strength and was able to move. He then discovered that there was a small golden box next to him. When the box was opened, there was a bang, and countless books, weapons, food, and daily necessities flew out of the small box and lined up around Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan was touched again, his mother was so considerate. Hua Yuguan put on his kung fu outfit, jumped, and was full of energy. He felt that he had grown a lot taller, and should be almost as tall as his mother. His body was also much stronger, and he was very happy. But now he has no strength in his body because of lack of exercise. Okay. Then let me exercise like crazy. Hua Yuguan said to himself, sonorous and powerful. Then he immediately started to practice with passion. Starting with running, jumping, and standing, he exercised like crazy. Nothing in his mind. Except breathing, it was exercise. Soon he learned to flip, climb, dodge and move. Then he practiced the basic skills of boxing and kicking, combination punches, heavy kicks, and flying kicks, and practiced to be strong and powerful, full of vigor and vitality. Every time he trained, he would fall down after a long sleep, and when he woke up, he would immediately throw himself into the hard training again. When he really didn't want to move, the image of Lei Haikuan holding Zhang Wanyo would appear in his mind, and he would jump up in anger and continue to train harder. Then he taught himself the 18 martial arts of swords, spears, swords and sticks. He was just in poor health before, but his mind was very smart, and he learned faster by himself than by apprenticeship. There was no time in the cave, and it was unknown how long it had passed, but Hua Yuguan had practiced all kinds of basic skills very solidly, and had developed beautiful muscle lines all over his body. Hua Yuguan began to feel a strong loneliness and boredom. He couldn't hold on any longer. When he woke up once, Hua Yuguan called his mother twice, and again, there was nothing but his own echo. He suddenly became a little scared, and it felt like a long time had passed. Would his mother never respond to him? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. No, I had to find a way out myself. There was a winding path in front of the cave. Because he listened to his mother, Hua Yuguan had not run around. Today, he wanted to go in and see if there was a way out. He walked a few steps in the direction of the path, stopped, had a fierce ideological struggle on the spot, and then continued to move forward. Just as he was about to enter the path, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Before Hua Yuguan could react, he was hit hard on the chest. Hua Yuguan was thrown to the ground by the whip, rolled around, turned over, and then saw clearly that it was Liu Yumian. She had fully recovered and was wearing a very gorgeous white dress. With a figure that was against the sky, she was so beautiful in anything she wore. So beautiful that ghosts cried and gods howled. Mom! Hua Yuguan shouted excitedly, and was about to rush over to hug her mother and act coquettishly. However, Liu Yumian had a stern face. She held a long whip and whipped Hua Yuguan again with her backhand, hitting a big blood cross on his chest. You disobedient bad boy. She looked very angry. But why? Hua Yuguan couldn't figure it out. Mom, what's wrong with me? Hua Yuguan looked puzzled. Didn't I tell you not to run around? He. Hua Yuguan scratched his head, lowered his head and murmured, I just want to see where that path leads to. Idiot. Liu Yumian turned around, with his back to Hua Yuguan, and said in a messy voice, You. That's you. You must not enter the place. You must remember. Hua Yuguan was even more curious. There is such a place? Why? Is it dangerous? Will I die if I go in? What is hidden inside? He was about to ask. Don't ask. Liu Yumian directly killed his idea. Mom, Okay. Liu Yumian rushed to change the subject. The 10-month deadline has come, and today is a good day for you to come out of seclusion. Go out and show your skills. Stupid little Hua. Hua Yuguan was shocked again. It turned out that 10 months had passed. But I don't seem to have learned anything. I just practiced some basic skills. Enough. For now. Let's go. I'll take you out. See you in the pavilion in the garden of Dahao Middle School. Chapter 8: A curse worse than going to hell. The 10 years of hard training under the magic root tree ended, but the world did not change at all. Liu Yumian just tapped her forehead with 2 fingers, and everything in the cave disappeared instantly like a phantom. Liu Yumian and Hua Yuguan instantly returned to the garden of Dahao Middle School. Like the perfect editing of time, there was no sense of dislocation. Zhang Wanyo sat pitifully in the pavilion, and Lei Haikuan had just fallen into the lotus pond. Hua Yuguan fell on the grass and hadn't gotten up yet, while Liu Yumian squatted on him, pointing 2 fingers at her forehead. "R!" Hua Yuguan exclaimed, and in a glance, he was back. It was amazing. Hua Yuguan couldn't believe it. Was everything in the cave real? But he was immediately convinced that it was all real. Because his body was as tall as his mother's and much stronger, his clothes had become tattered training clothes, and there was a big blood cross on his chest. Liu Yumian's school uniform was gone, replaced by the gorgeous dress she had just put on. The first person to see the instantaneous change between Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian was Zhang Wanyo, who was so scared that she covered her mouth and couldn't speak. The posture of Liu Yumian and Hua Yuguan was a bit. "Mom." Hua Yuguan was very embarrassed. Liu Yumian retreated in an instant and sat in the pavilion, sitting opposite Zhang Wanyo. She leaned against the railing gracefully, crossed her legs, and her graceful and fairy-like posture was like an aesthetic sculpture in a museum. She opened her red lips and said to Hua Yuguan in her true voice, "It's up to you to perform next, little Hua Hua, long time no see." "Long time no see." Zhang Wanyo looked at Liu Yumian with astonishment. This big sister was so beautiful and fairy-like, but also so strange. Hua Yuguan slapped the ground with both hands and bounced up. At this time, he had been reborn, strong and powerful, but he had no momentum and lacked confidence. At the same time, bang! With a loud noise, Lei Haikuan violently shook the lotus pond with powerful energy, and the small lotus pond was shaken into huge waves. Lei Haikuan jumped onto the shore, covered in mud and in a mess. The louder the loud noise, the greater his anger. The dignified school bully of class 69 was bounced into the lotus pond by the school's #1 loser. It was a great shame. The huge noise shocked the whole garden, and a large number of onlookers were rushing over to watch. "Zhang Wanyo! Watch!" Lei Haikuan wiped his hair to look cool, but he didn't know that his head was covered with mud. "See how your brother Lei tramples this coward to death. Can I beat him?" Hua Yuguan frowned and shook his head in confusion, but did not retreat. Suddenly, Lei Haikuan stomped his legs on the ground, launched a lightning punch with terrifying acceleration, and shot towards Hua Yuguan like a thunderbolt. Bang! Another loud noise, more crazy, more explosive, and louder. It turned out to be the sound made when Hua Yuguan caught Lei Haikuan's lightning punch with one hand. The first person to be shocked was Hua Yuguan himself. "I actually caught it. It's incredible." He understood instantly that although he had only practiced some basic skills, because his physique was super strong at this time, even the simplest basic skills could exert great power. Lei Haikuan was shocked and angry, and then he threw a set of extremely fierce lightning punches. The descendants of the lightning sect believe that the only martial arts in the world is speed. Their moves are fast and fierce, and they are continuous. The powerful suppression force is like a gust of wind, destroying the withered and rotten. However, at this time, Hua Yuguan felt that Lei Haikuan's speed was very ordinary. He easily took on a series of combos, and his confidence suddenly soared. It turned out that Lei Haikuan was just like that. He excitedly mocked, "With your speed, the lightning sect has lost all its face. Trash. Garbage. Little beast. Coward. You are not even as good as a dog. Har har har." These are the words he often scolded. Now he scolded back, and he felt refreshed and comfortable. "R!" Lei Haikuan screamed, using both fists and feet, attacking frantically, only attacking and not defending. The speed reached his personal limit. However, Hua Yuguan had no pressure and easily controlled it with a leisurely manner. He blocked a few times and became impatient. He turned from defense to offense. "You are tickling Lei Haikuan, Grandpa Hua won't tickle you." Hua Yuguan seized the opportunity and swung his hand back. The momentum was still not enough. Par. A loud and loud slap hit Lei Haikuan's face, leaving him with a bloody slap mark. It was just a simple slap, but the force was amazing. Lei Haikuan flew up on the spot, turned in the air for more than 10 times, and fell to the ground hard. He was dizzy and couldn't wake up for a long time. To beat a dog, you have to use the most simple and unpretentious moves. Don't use useless ones, Liu Yumian. Har har har. Hua Yuguan laughed up to the sky, and the humiliation that had been accumulated in his heart for more than a year was vented in the laughter, and the long grey sky brightened up. I promised my mother to step on Liu Yumian, so I must do it. Hua Yuguan stepped on Liu Yumian's face. Bar. Class bully. Many spectators have come from all directions. Wow. Hua Yuguan from class 69 beat Liu Yumian. It's not Hua Yuguan, he's taller and stronger than Hua Yuguan. Isn't Hua Yuguan a famous wimp? How could it be him? Then why do they look exactly the same? Big sister is here too. No matter what, I'm big sister's dog. Discussions came one after another. Liu Yumian, do you accept it? Hua Yuguan stepped on Liu Yumian's head in the mud. Never expected that Liu Yumian, the class bully, had something. He was not Mar Ping Chuan, and his bones were very hard. I accept you at. Hash. Liu Yumian cursed loudly, and all kinds of dirty words came out. Hua Yuguan was very simple-minded, and without thinking too much, he just kicked Liu Yumian hard, causing him to spit out blood. However, Liu Yumian was still cursing. He was really not afraid of death, and he was determined to die. In this way, so many people were watching, especially Zhang Wanyo. It was Hua Yuguan who was embarrassed. Liu Yumian seemed very courageous. Hua Yuguan was at a loss for a moment. He couldn't really take Liu Yumian's life. What should he do? Liu Yumian in the pavilion saw it and shook her head. Her silly son was still too naive. The demon queen had 10,000 ways to deal with others. Each one was more painful than death. Liu Yumian changed her sitting posture, and each posture was a model of extreme elegance. Changing posture was like casting a spell. She used the witch's voice transmission to tell Hua Yuguan, Xiao Hua Hua, I have cast a protective curse on Liu Yumian. From now on, you will become the one Liu Yumian swears to protect. The more he hates you, the more he will protect you and help you. Hua Yuguan didn't react for a while, and shrugged, what's the use? Idiot. Try throwing him in front of Zhang Wanyo. Hua Yuguan still didn't understand. He kicked Liu Yumian in front of Zhang Wanyo, and Zhang Wanyo stood up in fear. Liu Yumian lay in the pavilion and looked at Zhang Wanyo, his eyes were full of love. He wanted to mock Hua Yuguan for being helpless in front of Zhang Wanyo, but he ended up saying something outrageous. Zhang Wanyo. I'm sorry. I shouldn't force you to date me. How can a dog like me be worthy of you? You and Hua Yuguan are a perfect match. You should be together earlier, get married earlier, and have a big fat baby earlier. I am willing to be the guardian of your love. I will do my best to help you. A bolt from the blue. Such a fierce word, is Liu Yumian crazy? There was a boiling atmosphere in all directions, and the onlookers laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Liu Yumian was shocked and angry, and he was heartbroken. What the hell did I say? He hit himself desperately, but it was completely useless. He had to cover his mouth with all his strength to stop his voice. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Wanyo turned around with a red face and faced the pillar. It was so embarrassing. Hua Yuguan only then realized the horror of the guardian curse. But, this is too exciting. From now on, Liu Yumian will support Hua Yuguan no matter what he does. The more he hates him, the more he protects him. This is even more terrifying than going to hell. The demon queen is too cruel. To kill people and destroy their hearts, you have to rely on her. He. A satisfied smile appeared on Hua Yuguan's face. He glanced at Liu Yumian affectionately, and a sentence flashed in his mind, Mom, I love you. And Zhang Wanyo. The spectators took pictures of the great show in the pavilion, and this scene will soon spread to every corner of the campus. Liu Yumian is the guardian of Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo's love. This is too exciting. Chapter 9 Mom's methods are too heaven-defying. The demon queen sat elegantly in the pavilion, radiating charm, as if shining with the light that shook the universe. Her son Hua Yuguan was always silly, innocent and kind. The old-school beauty Zhang Wanyo faced the pillar, lowered her head, lowered her eyes, and her shy appearance was particularly lovable. She was originally a beautiful and elegant girl, a beautiful woman as gentle and thorough as the breeze and flowing water, and a pure fairy. When the fairy was shy, she was the most intoxicating. Hua Yuguan stood in the wind and took a deep breath of the fragrance blowing from the pavilion. He was drunk. He was drunk like a confused fool, laughing, wanting to say something, but dared not step forward. Stupid son. Don't you like her? You have saved her now. Such a good opportunity, go up and communicate with her. Liu Yumian encouraged her son. Liu Yumian simply didn't like the little girl in front of her. She was too far from the standard of a daughter-in-law in her mind. However, because of this, she wanted to promote the relationship between her silly son and Zhang Wanyo. She had her own special plan. Hua Yuguan took a few steps forward and walked into the pavilion. Looking at the fascinated Zhang Wanyo, her face turned red and she was dizzy. Oh, that, he. Hua Yuguan scratched his head and stuttered. He had thousands of words in his heart, but he didn't know how to start. Zhang Wanyo secretly glanced at Hua Yuguan and smiled shyly. She had no experience in dating, so she didn't know what to say in this situation. One was silly and the other was pure. When the shy met the shy, the atmosphere became awkward. Liu Yumian held her forehead. She didn't like this silly and pure atmosphere very much. You are such a big fool, Xiao Hua. If your mother wants to pursue someone, she can make him kneel down and worship in 1 second. Liu Yumian scolded Hua Yuguan fiercely. Why are you so embarrassing? Come on. However, Hua Yuguan didn't hear what she said at all. He looked at Zhang Wanyo and was lost in thought. For more than a year, he looked at her like this almost every day, and he couldn't get enough. Liu Yumian saw that Hua Yuguan didn't move, and sighed. There was no way, so let mom help you. The demon queen was ready to take action. At this time, many people had gathered on all sides of the pavilion, at least more than 200 people. They were curious about the good show in the pavilion, taking pictures, live broadcasting, shouting and making noises. Liu Yumian was seriously injured. He finally got up and wanted to run away with a sad face. However, when he saw Hua Yuguan laughing at Zhang Wanyo, he was immediately furious. I really want Hua Yuguan to get out. This was obviously his date, but it was completely ruined by Hua Yuguan. Liu Yumian was furious. The protective curse took effect immediately and he couldn't help shouting again. Be together! Be together! This time, Liu Yumian lost control of his hands. He clapped his hands and shouted, Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo, the golden boy and jade girl are together. Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo, have a baby soon. Liu Yumian cried while shouting. My heart was broken into ashes and my liver and gallbladder were torn. What the hell is wrong with me? I want to die. The audience was watching with great enthusiasm and cheered. At this time, Liu Yumian suddenly said something fierce to Hua Yuguan using the witch's voice transmission. Xiao Hua, do you want to go into the bridal chamber with Zhang Wanyo right away? Outrageous! Hua Yuguan exclaimed. Liu Yumian, who was standing next to him, thought Hua Yuguan was laughing at him. He was so angry that his eyes were about to shed tears of blood. Liu Yumian realized that it seemed a little bit outrageous, so she changed her words and said, do you want to get closer to Zhang Wanyo right away? Har. Hua Yuguan just smiled foolishly and didn't answer. Okay, mom will help you. Just as the demon queen finished speaking, the ground under her feet suddenly shook. Earthquake! It's an earthquake, someone shouted. Some people ran away with their heads in their hands, and some hid on the spot. More than 200 people were in chaos. Earthquake! It's really an earthquake. But this is an earthquake called by the demon queen. This earthquake is very strange. It only shook in the garden, shaking the wind and water, shaking the trees. However, the most severe shaking was obviously in the pavilion. For a while, the wooden pillars creaked and the tiles fell in a mess. Zhang Wanyo was frightened and squatted on the ground with her head in her hands. This sudden disaster aroused Hua Yuguan's passion and courage. He first looked at his mother's position. His mother had disappeared. His mother was very strong and he didn't need to worry about her. Then he pounced on Zhang Wanyo and hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. He shouted, and his firm voice was full of love. Tiles kept falling down and hitting Hua Yuguan's head and body. But he didn't care. If he died, he would die first. The most affectionate and kind person, at this moment, burst out the infatuation in the depths of his soul and turned it into a tragic sacrifice for love. Zhang Wanyo's head rested on Hua Yuguan's chest, where the blood had not dried yet. She felt like she was leaning on a man who stood tall and upright. So warm. In fact, she had always had a good impression of Hua Yuguan. At this moment, she had a thought in her trance: why did this boy who was always bullied by others suddenly become so brave? Is it because of me? Her heart trembled, and she bit her lips lightly. Hua Yuguan's warmth flowed into her heart, watering a bud that was about to bloom. The strange earthquake became more and more violent and more strange. Hua Yuguan was about to protect Zhang Wanyo and leave the pavilion, but at this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and the whole pavilion collapsed instantly. The pillars and rafters broke, and smoke and dust rolled, completely burying Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo. And Lei Haiquan was also buried inside. The earthquake continued, and the shock wave would choose targets. The dozen or so sturdy trees around the pavilion were the most shaken, and they collapsed one after another, falling towards the direction of the pavilion, and finally pressed on the ruins of the pavilion layer by layer. The dozen or so big trees lifted up a lot of soil, and finally covered the ruins of the pavilion tightly. Then, the earthquake stopped, and the demon queen disappeared. The students in the garden poked their heads out and stretched their necks one by one. Such a violent earthquake, all the big trees were knocked down, but none of them were injured. People danced and celebrated their survival, but they didn't know that everything was under the control of the demon queen. Where is the new school beauty? She is buried in the pavilion. Save her quickly. If something happens to her, I won't live either. The first thing that everyone thought of was the new school beauty. Some people cried anxiously, and some even wanted to commit suicide with the new school beauty. But no one thought of Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo. Compared with the big sister, they were insignificant. However, there was no big sister under the ruins of the pavilion, only a pair of little mandarin ducks who were forcibly buried together by the big sister. Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo hugged each other tightly and lay under the ruins of the pavilion. There happened to be 3 pillars that fell together, and they staggered and intertwined, supporting a small shelter for them. No. There were not 3 pillars, but only 2, and the other one was Lei Haiquan, the class bully of class 69. At this time, Master Lei was carrying the fallen ruins, protecting Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo, and sticking to his responsibility as a guardian of love. He was so righteous. It was touching. The 2 pillars bore most of the pressure. With Master Lei's skills, he could hold on for a few hours without any problem. But why did he cry like a filial son? His soul was almost broken by crying. 3 people in one drama, isn't this too coincidental? Hua Yuguan suddenly realized that all this was a masterpiece designed by his mother. Mom used the earthquake to create a strange space for him and Zhang Wanyo to be alone. Mom. She is so good. Hua Yuguan hugged Zhang Wanyo, the goddess he had always dreamed of, and was so happy that he was floating in the air. This was something he had never dared to dream of in the past year and a half. Zhang Wanyo huddled in Hua Yuguan's care. The space was small, and she was forced to put her face on Hua Yuguan's chest, listening to his accelerating heartbeat. She was a little shy and a little throbbing, but there was still a little sweet wave. The 2 still said nothing, just lying under the ruins, feeling each other's warmth, feeling this deep embrace like being isolated from the world, forgetting everything else. Poor Lei Haiquan, watching, crying. Silently carrying all the weight that did not belong to him. Now it's good, the ruins of the pavilion, plus those thick trees, at least 5 or 6 hours to get out of trouble. No matter what happens in the future, in these 5 or 6 hours, Hua Yuguan has Zhang Wanyo. He feels that it's enough, nothing else matters. Mom's methods are 2 against the sky. Chapter 10 Tenderness under the ruins. Cowards also have spring, Hua Yuguan's spring has come. Reborn, the goddess is in his arms. So happy, so refreshing. Silly Hua Yuguan, hugging the pure Zhang Wanyo. Lei Yi stood by, watching, carrying, crying. This is a good play full of happiness, and Mom is the director. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now I am so close to the goddess. However, when Hua Yuguan was holding Zhang Wanyo, Liu Yumian's figure always flashed in his mind. The kindness of his mother was the warm current flowing in his blood, driving the meaning of life, and the holy seal on his heart, marking the extreme value of human love. Hua Yuguan secretly swore in his heart, I must become strong in this life. I can't let my mother down. I must stand tall and repay my mother well. The 2 hugged each other without saying a word until blood dripped from Hua Yuguan's head and dripped on Zhang Wanyo's hair. R. You are bleeding. Zhang Wanyu exclaimed with concern. Hua Yuguan immediately replied casually, it's worth it for you. Har har. Just now, the wooden rafter fell and hit his head, breaking his head. But his physique is very strong now, and this little injury is not worth mentioning at all. The silence was finally broken. Why did you suddenly become so strong? In fact, she wanted to say, why are you so good to me suddenly? The naive Hua Yuguan blurted out, it's my mother. Halfway through the words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He must not let others know that Liu Yumian was his mother. My mother gave birth to a beautiful child. Har har. But why did the clothes suddenly change? Zhang Wanyu was full of curiosity. She was the only one who witnessed the scene. Hua Yuguan couldn't say it directly. In a hurry, he didn't know where to find a beautiful saying, it doesn't matter. You just need to know that no matter how I, Hua Yuguan, change my personality or my heart will never change. Har har, I didn't expect you to be so good at coaxing people. No. I, Hua Yuguan, have only lied once in my life, of course not just now. The most honest words. What is that? To my mother, I lied to her that I was the school bully of Daham Middle School. Hua Yuguan didn't have any tricks in his mind. R. Zhang Wanyu was immediately interested. Very interesting, but why? When asked here, Hua Yuguan immediately regretted it. Didn't he bring his words into a dead end? How to answer this? Lie? No. Say it directly. That's even worse. Because I. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat and he didn't dare to say them out. Hua Yuguan blushed and was at a loss. Zhang Wanyu noticed that Hua Yuguan's heartbeat quickened and his body became hotter. So she became more curious and kept asking. Why? Tell me. Why? Hua Yuguan was stunned. Zhang Wanyu really wanted to know, so she had to bite the bullet and use the unique skills that the little fairy was born with. She arched her head into Hua Yuguan's arms, and 3 parts of tenderness and 3 parts of coquettishness came out of her little mouth like a orchid. Why is it? If you don't tell me, I will ignore you. R. The fairy's coquettish anger was as powerful as the lava flow that turned steel into soft silk. Hua Yuguan was immediately conquered. He took a deep breath, blushed, and stammered to confess, because, if my mother knew I was bullied at school, I would be forced to transfer schools, and then I would. His voice became smaller, and gradually disappeared in the ruins. Only his chest was burning and hot, and only his eyes were flickering and blurred. At this point, if it were a smarter person, he would probably have guessed the next part. But Zhang Wanyu was also a blank sheet of paper, never had any dating experience, pure and spotless, pure and ignorant of romance. She continued to ask, then what? What happened? Stupid and dazed, the two almost forgot that there was a love guardian Lei Haiquan standing above them. Lei Haiquan really couldn't stand it anymore. This was simply a torture that hit the soul. He cursed Hua Yuguan madly in his heart again, and this curse, oh no. The guardian curse took effect automatically. Then he will never see you again. Zhang Wanyu. Lei Haiquan shouted, finishing the knife with flawless precision. R. Zhang Wanyu's little heart suddenly flashed with an electric current. This person was bullied in school for a year and a half, just to see me every day. As long as I can see Zhang Wanyu every day, it's worth it even if I get bullied every day. God. Hua Yuguan, you are so infatuated and great. There is absolutely no second person like you in the world. Lei Haiquan said with gritted teeth. The electric current turned into a torrent. It spread in Zhang Wanyu's heart. Spread to her little face, burning her face red, spread to her little white hands, making her hug Hua Yuguan tightly, spread to her eyes, and tears of emotion were crystal clear and burst out. She was so moved, she had never been so moved in her life. Her body trembled slightly like rain hitting pear blossoms, and her tears flowed on Hua Yuguan's chest like wind-blowing crabapples. Then the two fell into silence again, but this time it was a happy silence, and words seemed superfluous. Liu Yumian had long disappeared from the ruins of the garden, because when she cast a spell to cause an earthquake, she was surprised to sense that an evil soul refiner had appeared in the garden. There really was an extraordinary master in Daham Middle School. Soul refinement originated from alchemy. Taoists used secret methods to burn spiritual materials into elixirs, and took them and practiced internal cultivation to achieve the unity of heaven and man. But there was an evil branch. They found that the best spiritual material in the world was human beings, so they used living people to refine elixirs and embarked on the path of evil and crooked ways. The power of living people's elixirs was 100 times stronger than ordinary elixirs. The strongest soul refiner could even reach the realm of half human and half demon. Liu Yumian was very surprised. Soul refiners are elusive in the world and usually move among nobles and celebrities. How could they appear in this school? Is there anyone in Dahao Middle School who is a spiritual material that they are interested in? So Liu Yumian instantly flashed to the place where he sensed. He saw an ordinary boy with a short hair standing on the rockery. He was wearing a school uniform and looked like an ordinary middle school student, but he was full of the evil spirit of a soul refiner. His skin was obviously fake. This soul refiner was very powerful and was proficient in the art of changing his appearance. Soul refiners are very good at hiding themselves and are extremely difficult to be discovered. The buzz-cut man was clearly releasing evil soul power on purpose to attract Liu Yumian. However, when he looked at Liu Yumian up close, he was deeply shocked by her overwhelming momentum. Such a heroic woman. He arrogantly hooked his finger at Liu Yumian, then leaped up, turned into a white light, and flew to the city's tallest building, the 99-story Dingxing building. Dahao Middle School hides secrets, so it is not convenient to do it in school. The buzz-cut man's speed is amazing, faster than a meteor. However, when he flew to the rooftop of Dingxing building, he was really shocked because Liu Yumian was already standing there waiting for him. The Demon Queen and the Soul Refiner, the two stood on the 99th floor rooftop, staring at each other, their eyes like knives. "Who are you?" The Soul Refiner spoke first. The Demon Queen folded her hands elegantly, and her voice was full of contempt. "You shouldn't ask, and you are not worthy to ask." The Soul Refiner knew that Liu Yumian was very powerful, but he could never guess her true identity. "You'd better not interfere in our affairs." The Soul Refiner said the purpose of his appearance. Liu Yumian immediately understood that there had been a few or a group of soul refiners hiding in this school, doing something in secret. After Liu Yumian came to Dahao Middle School, she alarmed them, so they sent this short-haired man to warn them. "Warn the Demon Queen?" Har har har. Liu Yumian laughed loudly, and her sharp and charming laughter cut through the long wind. "You? What are you laughing at?" Liu Yumian opened her hands, and the aura of Her Majesty the Queen was so powerful that it turned into a fragrant breeze, blowing the hem of her dress. She raised her head slightly and looked down at the soul refiner with her beautiful big eyes. "I'm laughing at you." "No. It's you. I'm laughing at you for not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Har har har. The Queen's voice frightened the soul refiner so much that his soul trembled. The oppression of this woman was too strong, and it made people want to kneel down. Chapter 11 Soul Refiner Round Table Meeting. The crew-haired soul refiner was deeply shocked by the powerful aura emanating from Liu Yumian, but he had a mission. He had to let this woman know, soul refiners are not to be trifled with. He bowed respectfully to Liu Yumian. "If that's the case, I have nothing to say. Goodbye, beautiful woman, I wish you eternal youth." As he spoke, he took a few steps back like a dog running away with its tail between its legs, then turned around and disappeared without a trace. Liu Yumian smiled contemptuously. No deceit could escape the beautiful big eyes of the Demon Queen. Suddenly, the soul refiner appeared behind Liu Yumian like a ghost, with death blooming in his scarlet eyes. He gathered all his magic power on his bony claws and attacked Liu Yumian with a full-strength attack. This attack was like the howling of ghosts and gods. Thousands of phantoms gushed out from the soul refiner's claws like a storm, and each phantom was an extremely crazy soul. They screamed and flew towards Liu Yumian, with rage and resentment that shook the earth. Knowing how powerful the woman in front of him was, the soul refiner used his unique skill, Thousand Souls Annihilation. The terrifying army of souls buried Liu Yumian in an instant with tremendous force, biting her madly, tearing her apart, and then all exploded. Boom! Thousands of souls exploded, and the earth-shattering roar mixed with the shrieking sound of souls being shattered resounded through the sky. The force was so strong that it turned half of the rooftop of the Dingxing building into ashes. Instantly, black smoke billowed and debris flew everywhere. Such a despicable attack, first pretending to escape and then attacking from behind. The crew-haired soul refiner really liked this kind of meanness and enjoyed it. He smiled like a general receiving an award, and his pride soared to the sky. Har har. Har har, har har har. It was a pity for that beautiful woman, she had the most charming body in the world, and she could have enjoyed it slowly. The soul refiner stood on the other half of the rooftop, smacking his lips, shaking his head, and turned around regretfully, preparing to fly back to Daha Middle School. At this moment, he vaguely felt the overwhelming pressure from the air around him. His eyes widened. Could it be? He looked around in panic, but there was no one. That sharp and charming voice really rang out, "Har har, I didn't expect that soul refiners haven't made any progress in the past 100 years. It's still an outdated old trick." Overhead. The sound came from above. The short-haired soul refiner raised his head suddenly, and saw that the powerful woman was standing on top of him. His ultimate move, 1,000 souls killing, was actually dodged by her. This body. These long legs. She is like a high god. One can't help but want to kneel down in worship. R. The soul refiner was terrified. He screamed and wanted to fight back, but the huge pressure poured down on his head. He was unable to move and was in great pain. Liu Yumian played with her nails gracefully, and even stepped on people so leisurely. She stomped her right foot in the air, and the pressure suddenly increased 10,000 times. Snap! With a terrible sound of flesh and bones exploding, the demon queen stepped on the soul refiner and crushed him. This mother really likes to be on top of everything she does. High above, from the top down. The short-haired soul refiner exploded into a bloody rain under the feet of the demon queen. But the demon queen's body was clean without a trace of smoke or blood. Elegant, too elegant. Okay, that's a little aside, it's time to go back. The demon queen waved her hand and gracefully disappeared on the rooftop of the Dingxing building. Impossible. Davy slammed his palms on the table and stood up from his chair in horror. Absolutely impossible. She is not a witch. No. There is a large conference room on the 5th floor of Daha Middle School, where a roundtable meeting of 5 people is being held. A water bowl was floating in the center of the round table, and the reflection in the water bowl was exactly what had just happened on the rooftop of Dingxing building. The 5 people attending the meeting were led by a burly, bearded uncle with a dignified temperament, nicknamed the Great Sad Hand. The other 4 are, Ptolemy, who is short and fat Kunlun slave, a tall black man Lian Feifan, who has a permanent shadow, and Higanbana, a charming and seductive woman with the least talent but extraordinary beauty. All 5 of them were soul refiners, who had killed countless people and committed heinous crimes. They used living people to make elixirs, which was insane. They gathered on the 5th floor of the Great Academy building, because a shocking secret was buried underground in Daha Middle School. A few days ago, Lian Feifan heard a rumor, the West in which society seemed to know the secrets of Daha Middle School, and they would send a powerful witch to sneak into the school to find out the news. When Debaishu witnessed Liu Yumian kicking Luoshu away, he sensed an extraordinary aura flowing from Liu Yumian, and thus concluded that Liu Yumian was the pioneer sent by the witches to investigate. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Very wrong. So Debaishu immediately summoned other soul refiners to hold a round table meeting, and sent the crew-haired man with the 1,000 faces to test Liu Yumian. This attempt failed as soon as he tried. The 1,000 faces man was easily killed by Liu Yumian in seconds and was directly crushed to pieces. Everything on the rooftop was seen by the 5 soul refiners at the round table meeting, and they were all horrified. Debaishu realized the seriousness of the situation. He shook his head and said, "I made a wrong judgment. Liu Yumian is not a member of the witch coven at all. She is more powerful than Miss Margaret, the most powerful witch in the world." How much stronger? Several dozen times, maybe. Debaishu didn't know that he was wrong again, and very wrong. But it's enough to be terrifying and frightening. Who is she? Does the world really have such power? The short and fat Ptolemy picked up the goblet and took a sip of the human blood in it. Kunlun Nu's eyes were a little blurry, as if he had been deeply bewitched by Liu Yumian. His voice was full of desire. "She is too amazing. I have never seen such a charming female student. Why did she come here? Is it for that thing too?" Lian Feifan, who was always invisible, only made a sound. Davy paced back and forth for a few steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed and he said in a heavy voice, "Could she be from the demon world or the god world?" "Impossible." Ptolemy immediately retorted, "The gods and demons have a 10,000-year ban, they can't possibly come to the human world." The charming Lady Bienhua had just become a soul refiner not long ago. She had little talent and experience. She asked in confusion, "What is the 10,000-year ban?" Ptolemy waved his hand, and a book automatically flew out of the study and landed right in front of Higanbana. "See for yourself." Everyone continued to hold meetings to discuss Liu Yumian, but of course there would be no results, because they could not guess Liu Yumian's true identity no matter what. It was too horrible and shocking. Higanbana sat aside and flipped through the thick book, Chronicles of Demons and Gods. As she watched, she was amazed. It was so exciting. It turned out that the world of gods and demons had four major branches: the original gods, the original demons, the gods and demons, and the demon gods. Their war history was thrilling, tragic and heroic. Several soul refiners talked a lot of nonsense, but in the end Lian Feifan got the point. Liu Yumian's identity must be fake. She is so nice to that coward Hua Yuguan from class 69. There must be something wrong. Lian Feifan reminded everyone. Yes, Feifan, you should quickly investigate Hua Yuguan's family background and find out what his relationship with Liu Yumian is. Davy paused for a moment, feeling unhappy, and added, "By the way, kill his whole family." "Okay, I'll go right away." Hee hee. A dark and evil laugh. With a whoosh, the permanently invisible Lian Feifan went to find Hua Yuguan's home, coming and going without a trace. Chapter 12. Swimming lessons are not possible. The incomparably beautiful demon queen crushed the thousand-faced soul refiner to death, returned to Daha Middle School, and landed on the rooftop of the Great Academy building. The soul refiners are extremely evil, and if they are allowed to stay in Daha Middle School, it might bring disaster to Huayu Pass. So Liu Yumian planned to use the soul-searching magic eye to find them all and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Not for anything else, but simply for her precious son. Liu Yumian formed a seal with her right hand and pointed at the air. Suddenly, a bursting scarlet magic eye opened on her tall, white chest. This soul-searching magic eye was extremely powerful. It could see through all souls within 1,000 miles at a glance. But, strangely, the soul-searching demon eye turned around, but could not see anything. Could it be that the shocking secret hidden in Daha Middle School has begun to take effect? It is a secret that involves a history of war between demons and gods. Soul refiners are very good at hiding themselves. It is difficult to find them except with the soul-searching magic eye. It seems that we can only wait for them to reveal themselves. Closing the soul-searching magic eyes, Liu Yumian thought, could it be that those soul refiners also came for that secret? But she immediately rejected this idea. That secret was definitely not something that any mortal could know. Even in the demon world, only a few highest-ranking demons had the right to know it. She looked at the ruins of the garden downstairs, where Hua Yuguan would be buried for several hours. Let him get close to Zhang Wanyo, anyway, as long as Liu Yumian was there, he would be absolutely safe. Now, the demon queen is going to try to unravel the secret. She waved her hand lightly, and with a flash of light, a floating throne appeared in the air above the rooftop. The throne was colorful and magnificent, with spikes and skulls inlaid on the top, 9 ferocious dragons entwined as the backrest, and 2 kneeling statues forming the left and right armrests. The throne was burning with strange red flames, and it seemed as if there were ghosts jumping in the flames. Liu Yumian teleported into the air and sat on the throne with her arms spread out. The queen of gods and demons looked heroic, domineering and aura-filled. She closed her eyes, seemingly resting, but in fact she was casting a spell. Soon, a stream of blood-red air flowed out from her body, passing through the buildings and the ground, and extending to the underground of the school. Of course, all this is invisible to mortals. Original god, original demon, god devil, demon god. Billions of years of grievances, wars, and disillusionment were all mixed up in Liu Yumian's mind. Night falls and the moon climbs above the treetops. It was pitch black under the ruins of the school garden. Outside the ruins, a crane and rescue team were trying to save Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyo. The two of them had been hugging each other for 5 hours, and the righteous Master Lei had been standing next to them eating dog food for 5 hours, and he was almost vomiting blood. The long hug made the two people very close and they could talk about anything. They talked about life, ideals, meeting each other, and all kinds of strange things in school, just like a pair of lovers who understood each other's minds. Hua Yuguan felt so happy and sweet that she never wanted to go out. Zhang Wanyo told Hua Yuguan that she actually always had a good impression of him. Hua Yuguan didn't believe it. He was clearly regarded as a waste by everyone and was bullied every day. It's true. Zhang Wanyu explained sincerely, in fact, you have always been a very good person. You have good grades, are sincere and kind, and are very talented. It's just that this school is not suitable for you. It's me. Hua Yuguan knew that Zhang Wanyu wanted to say that she was the one who harmed him, but he didn't allow her to say that. So he quickly interrupted Zhang Wanyu and said with a smile, Har, how can I afford any talent? Zhang Wanyu immediately helped him recall, remember when you first came here? Aesthetics is a required course at Daham Middle School, but you had never been exposed to this course before. You just took a look at the syllabus of the aesthetics course, and patted your chest to assure the teacher that you would be among the best in just one semester. At that time, all the teachers and classmates laughed at you for bragging without thinking, but what happened? A month later, you actually won the first place in the school's aesthetics. Zhang Wanyu is very proud of him. Oh. It seems like that's the case. I almost forgot about it, har. So. Zhang Wanyu wanted to say that again. Hua Yuguan just wouldn't let her say it, so he interrupted Zhang Wanyu again and said, so, if I hadn't come to Daham Middle School, I wouldn't have discovered my talent. It's all God's will, har. Zhang Wanyu smiled sweetly and gave up that sentence. She would never say it again. They both could sense that the noise outside was getting louder and louder. This kind of blissful embrace, isolated from the world, might soon be coming to an end. There are some things that once you go out, you don't know when you will have the chance to say them again. Hua Yuguan, I? Zhang Wanyu mustered up her courage. In this dark space where she couldn't see anything, she could see Hua Yuguan's heart. Her heart. What? I couldn't say it even if I mustered up the courage. In fact, Hua Yuguan had already guessed what she meant because he could feel her body temperature rising. But he still wanted to wait for a clear agreement. Just when the two were at their sweetest, there was a sudden loud noise, and the big tree right in front of them was moved away. The lights of the rescue team shone through the gaps in the soil and shone on Hua Yuguan's head. A voice shouted, "Are you all right inside?" Hua Yuguan sighed, wishing they could go slower. He had to reply loudly, "Fine, we are all fine. Everything is fine." Lei Yi cried out. There was a cheer outside, cheering for the people in the ruins who had survived the disaster. Another half an hour later, the most critical large trees were all moved away. The rescue team dug up the soil and pulled Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyu out. But Lei Haikuan was in a miserable state. He was one of the support points in the gap, and his feet were stuck and could not be pulled out directly. If they wanted to save him, they would have to dig for at least another 2 hours. After Hua Yuguan and Zhang Wanyu escaped from danger, they were sent to the school clinic. At this time, Hua Yuguan was very strong and was fine. The changes in his body scared everyone present. Then all kinds of rumors started flying around in various groups of classmates. Some people said that the earthquake changed the magnetic field and caused Hua Yuguan's genes to mutate. Some people said that Hua Yuguan took medicine, and some people even said that Hua Yuguan was possessed by a ghost. Hua Yuguan was lying in the school infirmary, gradually relaxing, when he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This was the fatigue accumulated from 10 months of hard training. He recalled the tenderness and sweetness in the ruins, recalled his mother's kindness, and fell into a deep sleep. It was the first time in 10 months that he slept so comfortably and quietly. This sleep was a wonderful dream. In the dream, there was spring breeze and drizzle, and those two people. When Hua Yuguan woke up, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. He had actually slept for 16 hours. He stretched out and felt refreshed and comfortable all over. Aunt Chunlan saw that he had woken up, and smiled in surprise, saying, "Wow! You finally woke up, classmate. You broke the school record for sleeping this long." Ma Chunlan is the most popular school doctor. She is nearly 40 years old, gentle and considerate, and everyone likes her very much. Hua Yuguan rubbed his eyes, his mind was not yet clear, and he said, "Auntie, where is my mother? I want to eat." Fortunately, the last word was not spoken. Otherwise, it would have exploded on the spot. "Are you sleeping like a fool? Classmate. How does your aunt know where your mother is?" Har. Hua Yuguan laughed awkwardly. It was now time for the second class in the afternoon. Hua Yuguan turned over and decided to lie down for a while as it was a rare chance for him to relax. He would not go to class. Aunt Chunlan placed the clean school uniform that someone else had sent her next to Hua Yuguan and asked him, "Classmate, are you planning to skip class?" Hua Yuguan said without hesitation, "Har har, it's too lonely in the school clinic. I want to spend more time with Aunt Chunlan." He learned this sentence from others. All the boys who found various excuses to hide in the school infirmary and skip classes said this. "You are so smooth talking. Auntie is not that easy to fool." Aunt Chunlan opened her phone and checked the schedule for class 69. "Your second class in the afternoon is swimming class. It's the favorite class for boys in our school. It only happens once a week. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Hua Yuguan shook his head helplessly. In the past, he hated all sports because of his thin and weak body. Wait. Swimming lessons? Oh my god. No. No way. Hua Yuguan suddenly jumped out of bed, quickly put on his clothes and shoes, and rushed out of the school infirmary. "Auntie, I'm going to class." Hua Yuguan desperately ran towards the swimming pool. Liu Yumian. She absolutely cannot go to swimming lessons. Otherwise, Hua Yuguan will feel like she has been cheated on. Liu Yumian once said that people with great magical powers must not wear clothes when soaking in water, because the magical powers will produce a transpiration reaction with water, and wearing clothes will easily damage the skin. If she goes swimming with the whole class, she definitely can't wear it, right? No way. Hua Yuguan ran wildly. I absolutely cannot let anyone see this. His little heart was beating violently. The school clinic was 2 kilometers away from the swimming pool, and Hua Yuguan only took 1 minute. He rushed into the swimming pool and took a look. R. With a heartbreaking cry, Hua Yuguan's legs softened and he sat on the ground. How could this be possible? Chapter 13. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is so good. In the swimming pool, Hua Yuguan saw a scene that made him suffer unbearably. The students of class 69 were playing and having fun in the swimming pool, and Liu Yumian was also soaking in the pool. The worst thing was that she was actually transpiring her mana, and she couldn't cover it up because she didn't want to damage her skin. Right in front of everyone. And he looked so relaxed and contented. Although the rippling water and the refraction of sunlight would make it difficult to see clearly, it was still not okay. Absolutely not. What's more, the Demon Queen's extraordinary body, even if you only get a glimpse of 50% of her beauty, is enough to make your heart explode. This is too outrageous. Too outrageous. Too shameless. Hua Yuguan was so angry that he sat on the ground, angry. Excited. His face turned red, and he felt a green light floating above his head. No matter what, he was furious and screamed into the swimming pool, "Mom, you are too much. How can you do this?" R. Hua Yuguan's shout suddenly made the students realize he was there. They looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. Hua Yuguan, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? You're crazy. Did something crush your brain last night? I told you before, his sudden swelling is definitely not a good thing. It's probably a disease. Even Liu Yumian complained to him through the witch's voice transmission, "Xiao Hua Hua, you are so rude. Turn around quickly." Hua Yuguan was immediately furious. "I'm the only one who can't watch." He yelled even more frantically, "You're the one who's rude. How could you do this? I haven't soaked in a long time. It's quite comfortable to soak and steam for a while." Liu Yumian didn't think much of it and didn't know why Hua Yuguan was so angry. Most of the descendants of the demon gods do not like water, and rarely swim or take a bath. Their bodies can maintain permanent fragrance and cleanliness, and do not need to be washed with water. And those who can learn to enjoy the evaporation of magic power like Liu Yumian are rare. No. You are. Hua Yuguan was so angry that he lost his mind. He stood up, took off his school uniform, and plunged into the swimming pool. He swam towards Liu Yumian angrily. He couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone was discussing whether Hua Yuguan was crazy. Hua Yuguan quickly swam to Liu Yumian's side and was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. It's two. He quickly took his coat and put it on her, wanting to protect his mother with a broken heart. Liu Yumian finally realized what he meant. Har har har. Liu Yumian laughed. Big idiot Xiao Hua Hua, no one can see me in this situation. What are you thinking? R. Hua Yuguan screamed, and her voice was so loud that it almost spread throughout the entire campus. He looked at Liu Yumian and was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you say it earlier? You made me look so embarrassed. You made me. He turned around in panic, swam desperately to the shore, buried his head, blushed, and walked straight to the corner without looking back or saying a word. Everyone was talking about him. How strange, could it be that he saw something terrible and needs to calm down? It must have been a huge shock. Your face is so red, something is wrong. Hey! Hua Yuguan, where are you going? Hua Yuguan walked to the corner and sat down. He leaned his head against the wall, not saying a word and not moving. Sit in meditation. Practice Zen. Cool down. Face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. He sat there for more than half an hour, until the swimming class was over and school was over. The students left the swimming pool one after another. Idiot. Liu Yumian left. Zhang Wanyo looked at him. She knew that this person didn't want anyone to care about him now. She left too. Oh. Zhu Santu also left. He was the only one left in the swimming pool, leaning against the wall like a fool. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Class Basketball League of Dahao Middle School, the knockout round, Class 69 versus Class 72. Class monitor Marbagwa said that anyone who was not present to cheer would be a traitor to the entire class, without exception. In the past, Hua Yuguan hated all kinds of sports because he was too weak and any kind of sports would only bring shame to him. But now it is different, at least he is not so averse to it. In the Human Pioneer Gymnasium, 5 tiers of spectator stands were erected around the high-tech basketball court, gathering more than 500 spectators. The game began. Marbagwa was a serious little fat man. He counted the number of people and found that only Hua Yuguan was not there. When he was about to scold, Hua Yuguan walked over quietly. Fortunately, you didn't become a traitor to Class 69. Marbagwa pointed at Hua Yuguan seriously. Hua Yuguan didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked directly to the audience stand. Who should he sit with? Zhang Wanyo? Liu Yumian? He was a little worried that Zhang Wanyo would misunderstand his relationship with Liu Yumian, but he didn't want to confess to her. When he glanced towards the audience stands, he was stunned. Too conspicuous. There were more than a dozen empty seats in the middle of the audience stand, forming a circle. 2 people sat in the center of the circle. One was Zhang Wanyo, the old school beauty, and the other was Liu Yumian, the new school beauty. Hua Yuguan understood immediately. Her mother turned on her aura again. The aura of a queen who was high above everyone else made it impossible for others to get close to her. The reason was obvious. She was too beautiful. Her amazing figure always attracted a lot of harassment from boys, so she had to turn on her aura. But what about Zhang Wanyo? Why did she let Zhang Wanyo enter the aura and sit with her? And the two of them were talking and laughing. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was developing too smoothly. There must be a conspiracy. The old school beauties and the new school beauties sat together, looking glamorous and charming, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the entire gymnasium. Hua Yuguan walked towards his mother and wife. A boy advised him, "Hey, don't go and make yourself miserable. Those 2 campus beauties are acting strange tonight. No one can get close to them. It's like there's a wall of air surrounding them." Har har. Hua Yuguan smiled and didn't want to pay attention. She is my mother. Hua Yuguan continued to walk towards the 2 school beauties. The boys all laughed at him and thought that it was impossible for him to enter that circle. Then, Hua Yuguan walked to them leisurely under the gazes of countless people, but he hesitated. Should he sit next to Liu Yumian or Zhang Wanyo? It was so difficult to decide. Liu Yumian saw what Hua Yuguan was thinking, so she moved to the side. Hua Yuguan sat between the 2 of them. The seat was so hot. My mother's body temperature was higher than that of ordinary people. Zhang Wanyo felt a little embarrassed. She moved slightly and was not so close to Hua Yuguan. This scene made all the audience furious. Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet, shouting, "Why? On what basis? All the new and old campus beauties are his." Someone scratched his head and cursed, "I am willing to spend any amount of money. Why not me? Damn him. Go to hell, Hua Yuguan." Someone clenched his fists and cried loudly, still sitting in the middle. I can't stand it. Originally, the audience was watching the game and cheering, but when Hua Yuguan sat down, the cheering stopped abruptly, and everyone's focus instantly shifted to the three people. This made the athletes on the field feel very unhappy, as they felt that their glory was snatched away by Hua Yuguan. "Hey, what were you two talking about just now?" Hua Yuguan asked Xuanhua in a low voice. Zhang Wanyo smiled slightly and said shyly, "I won't tell you." Liu Yumian added mysteriously, "This is a secret between us girls." Hua Yuguan held his forehead and said, "I've only been at school for 1 day and I've already learned this." He was a little nervous. Wouldn't his mother tell Zhang Wanyo everything? He was about to ask more questions, but when he saw Zhu Santu make a beautiful three-pointer on the basketball court, he stood up and clapped his hands in joy, shouting, "Good shot! Come on, Zhu Santu! Good job, Zhu Santu!" Zhu Santu is Hua Yuguan's only friend in school. He is a very strange person, not very tall, 1.75 meters, always looks like a consumptive, sickly, pale and thin, as if the wind can blow him down, but in fact he is very healthy, has strong jumping ability and high accuracy, and is a basketball expert. He always wears a pair of black framed glasses, but those glasses have no lenses at all. I don't know why he wears them. No one in Daham Middle School wanted to be friends with Hua Yuguan because they were afraid of being implicated by him. But Zhu Santu was not afraid at all, not because he was powerful, but because he was super optimistic and didn't care about anything. Because of helping Hua Yuguan, Zhu Santu was bullied several times, but he always smiled and said some strange words while smiling, such as, "4 births and 9 existences, together ascend the Huazang mysterious gate, 8 difficulties and 3 paths, together enter the Virokana sea of nature." In the eyes of their classmates, Zhu Santu is a psychopath and Hua Yuguan is a loser. They are a perfect match. Zhu Santu played very stably today. Hua Yuguan's cheers had not stopped yet. Zhu Santu made a beautiful steal, attack, and 3-step layup, scoring another 2 points. "Brother, you are so awesome." Hua Yuguan jumped up as if no one was around, and shouted as he jumped, "Invincible third brother, you are the most handsome guy on the field today. Come on, Zhu Santu." He had the loudest voice in the entire audience. If it were in the past, he would have been beaten, but today, no one dared to do anything to him. He was proud of his good brother Zhu Santu from the bottom of his heart. When Zhu Santu heard Hua Yuguan's cheers, he put his hands together and bowed to the audience. This person is never normal. The game continued. Liu Yumian leaned back in her seat and said to Zhang Wanyo from behind Hua Yuguan, "I didn't expect him to be so excited. I shouldn't have let him sit in the middle." Zhang Wanyo covered her mouth and smiled, and then told Liu Yumian about the past events of Hua Yuguan and Zhu Santu. Perhaps because of the infection from Hua Yuguan, Zhu Santu gradually got better and played more selflessly. 5 minutes later, he scored another goal. Class 69 temporarily led 25-18, and Zhu Santu scored 12 points alone. The players in Class 72 were angry. They were known for their aggressive foul play. "It's Zhu Santu again." He successfully stole the ball again and quickly counterattacked. When he was about to shoot, his whole body suddenly paused and the basketball fell out of his hand. He fell to the ground holding his right leg, rolling in pain and letting out heart-piercing screams. "What's going on?" Hua Yuguan shouted. "He seems to have fallen by himself, right? How could he fall so hard?" Zhang Wanyo clenched her chin, full of doubts. "No. He was plotted against someone." Liu Yumian's discerning eyes saw everything. "R." Zhang Wanyo shook her head in surprise. "But, no one touched him just now." Liu Yumian frowned and said in a sharp voice, "Dragon-catching and bone-breaking hands, use chi to shatter people's bones, the strength is above Lei Haikuan." Hua Yuguan turned around and angrily asked Liu Yumian, "Who is it?" "Who from Class 72? Liu Yumian sighed coldly and said something shocking, "It's number 23. Zhang Wanyo was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Number 23 is Wang Tuojuan, a super nice guy in our class. He is very righteous. He has a great reputation in the class. One's own people fighting one's own people? And they killed them." Chapter 14 You. Get out. Wang Tuojuan is a well-known gentleman in Class 69, a role model of integrity and an object of praise from teachers. He is excellent in both character and learning, and is willing to help others. It is not an exaggeration to call him a top 10 student. But he is actually a hidden venomous snake that bites people in secret. His martial arts are higher than Lei Haikuan, and his scheming is many times greater than Lei Haikuan. Zhang Wanyo couldn't understand it and she didn't believe it. But Hua Yuguan firmly believed that what his mother said must be right. It's because he is an upright and good man that Class 72 recruited him. It's the safest to recruit such a person, and he will definitely not be suspected. Hua Yuguan said with a gloomy face. What he hated most was this kind of scum who appeared noble on the outside but was vicious at heart. What's more, Zhu Santu was his good brother. But he has never hit anyone, and he doesn't seem to know any martial arts. Zhang Wanyo was still skeptical. No. He will. If you think about it carefully, there have been 3 similar incidents before, where students who had a feud with him suffered comminuted fractures for unknown reasons. It's just that no one knew it was him who did it. Zhang Wanyo believed it immediately after recalling it. Even this pure little fairy cursed fiercely. I didn't expect that there was such a shameless scum hiding in our class. It's so abominable. The stretcher team came in and carried Zhu Santu away. It must have been a comminuted fracture. Hua Yuguan looked at Zhu Santu's miserable state, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Liu Yumian with begging eyes, and he wanted to say, Mom, can you teach that scum a lesson? Liu Yumian knew Hua Yuguan very well and understood his thoughts at a glance. She leaned back in the chair, elegantly crossing her long legs. She used the witch's voice transmission nonchalantly, Baby, you know, except for those who threaten you, Mommy is not interested in caring about anyone. Hua Yuguan sighed and lowered his head. The demon queen doesn't care about anything in the human world. For those close to her, she can sacrifice for love, but for irrelevant people, she is always cold-blooded and heartless, and will not help them. If you want to help your friend vent his anger, you have to do it yourself. Right now. Liu Yumian encouraged his son. Hua Yuguan spread his hands helplessly, but, I can't play basketball. No. You will. Although Zhang Wanyo couldn't hear the conversation between Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian, she seemed to be able to guess what Hua Yuguan was thinking. She looked at Hua Yuguan with her big eyes as clear as holy springs, and said expectantly, I have observed you many times, and you have always been very accurate in shooting, but they always bullied you in the past and didn't give you the opportunity to perform. She was the only witness in the garden pavilion, and she absolutely believed in Hua Yuguan's strength. He just lacked courage. Liu Yumian looked at Zhang Wanyo in surprise. This little girl didn't seem that bad. She was pure, but not stupid. Hua Yuguan took a few deep breaths, and under the gaze of his wife and mother, he finally mustered up the courage, okay. I'll go down and take care of him. Well. Come on. Zhang Wanyo raised her pink fist and waved it, so cute. I'm going. Hua Yuguan turned around gracefully and jumped into the basketball court with a whoosh. Zhu Santu withdrew due to injury and was replaced by sports committee member Li Gaodan. Hua Yuguan walked into the court and shouted in a rather imposing manner, Li Gaodan, don't go up, let me do it. Li Gaodan thought it was some expert, but when he turned around and saw it was Hua Yuguan, he immediately laughed at him, playing basketball. Let the basketball hit you. Go away and cool off. Hua Yuguan was so close to the 2 school beauties that all the boys were full of resentment towards him. The contestants on the field, no matter which class they were from, took the opportunity to humiliate Hua Yuguan severely. Hey! You've grown taller. Is this the place you should be, Hua Yuguan? Last time you fell flat on your face while trying to catch a ball, have you forgotten your lesson? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? It's dangerous in the gym, go back to your mother. It's an adult game, kids, stop messing around, get out of here. You don't know what's good for you. He's taken both of them. Go to hell. Why are you still playing basketball? The boys in the audience also joined in the booing, and for a moment, the overwhelming laughter almost buried Hua Yuguan alive. I. As usual, Hua Yuguan's mind was filled with memories of the past. For a moment, he felt anxious and a little stage frightened. At this moment, a tall and majestic figure stood up and spoke for Hua Yuguan with his chest puffed out, Everyone, don't go too far. Hua Yuguan is also a member of our class, why can't he participate? It's rare for him to be so courageous, we should encourage and support him and let him go. What beautiful words. Unfortunately, when they came out of the mouth of the good man Wang Tuo Yuan, they immediately changed their meaning and became smelly and disgusting. Of course he hoped that Hua Yuguan would be on the court. He thought that as long as Hua Yuguan was on the court, Class 72 would have a greater advantage. Hypocritical scum. Wang Tuojuan's disgusting face angered Hua Yuguan, and a surge of anger surged in his chest. Old Wang, you are too kind. You always suffer losses. Li Gaodan said self-righteously, but this concerns the honor of our Class 69. You should be more kind-hearted and don't let a bad apple spoil the whole pot of soup. I just want to help him. Helping others is the basis of happiness. Har har har. Wang Tuojuan is as noble as a saint. Hua Yuguan felt so disgusted by Wang Tuojuan that she had a headache and chest tightness. She couldn't stand it anymore. Anger is the nemesis of cowardice. Hua Yuguan was so angry that he rushed towards Li Gaodan without saying a word, like a lion attacking a rabbit. Hua Yuguan, what are you doing? Hua Yuguan knocked Li Gaodan down headfirst and snatched the basketball from his hand. He was furious and didn't care about anything. Whether I, Hua Yuguan, am worthy of standing on the basketball court or not, let's use a ball to decide. No matter what the result is, I will leave it to fate. Hua Yuguan stood at the three-point line, took a deep breath, and prepared to shoot. Shoot a three-pointer. Har har, what's the big deal about shooting a three-pointer? Everyone laughed at him again. Hua Yuguan turned around, aimed at the basket in the other half of the court, shouted, and threw the basketball with all his strength. The basketball spun in the air, drawing a beautiful parabola and fell accurately into the basket. Ultra-long-range three-pointer. Got it in. What was going on? All the players and the audience fell into silence. This sudden and amazing goal shocked everyone as much as Ma's hitting the earth. Hua Yuguan panted heavily, pointed at Li Gaodan and cursed back, "You! Li Gaodan! Playing basketball. Let the basketball hit you. Go away and cool off." The whole audience suddenly erupted into thunderous exclamations. Har har. This game is so exciting. I think Hua Yuguan is pretty handsome. Hua Yuguan is awesome. No, no, no. His relationship with the school beauty is unforgivable. Let him go. Let him go. There were all kinds of shouting. With one ball, the atmosphere in the stadium reached its highest point. Li Gaodan got up dejectedly, not daring to raise his head. Although he was very angry, he dared not say anything. He hunched over in embarrassment and rolled out of the basketball court. Hua Yuguan naturally replaced Zhu Santu's position. Wang Tuojuan had a pleasant expression on his face, but a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Great, I will make you die miserably, Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan was secretly delighted, and he waved to Liu Yumian in the audience. I knew that my mother would definitely help me, har har har. Thank you, mother. However, immediately afterwards, Liu Yumian's witch voice sounded in his mind, stupid Xiao Hua Hua. I didn't help you at all, you scored this goal by yourself. Hua Yuguan was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, dumbfounded. Could it be that Zhang Wanyo didn't lie to me? Am I really a shooting genius? Chapter 15, Hidden Arrow. Hua Yuguan was like a bomb, setting off the atmosphere of the entire venue. The game continued. The contestants of Class 72 stared at Hua Yuguan with murderous eyes and signaled to each other, kill him. Class 72 served the ball, and Wang Jue, the pretentious basketball god, dribbled the ball. He took 3 steps and shook it, and each step showed his superb ball sense and control. Hua Yuguan got up. Encouraged by the goal just now, he took the initiative and trotted towards Wang Kar-wai. Wang Jue laughed contentiously when he saw Hua Yuguan running happily. This was a cowardly action. And he was still playing basketball. How funny. The goal just now was definitely due to luck. Wang Jue put on a big show for Hua Yuguan. Dribbling between the legs, fake moves, and turning dribbling. Har har, you've never seen it before. Idiot. This is called playing basketball. He showed off and mocked at the same time, but he didn't pass the ball. A beautiful behind-the-back dribble. Another spinning jump dribble. Show him off. Humiliate him in a gorgeous way. Wow. Their whole audience suddenly burst into screams, but it was not because of Wang Jue's cool moves, but because Hua Yuguan scored another goal. A three-pointer from midfield. Wang Jue paused for a moment, and was stunned by his performance. Just now, Hua Yuguan suddenly accelerated and snatched his ball, and then threw the ball up, grabbing the ball and throwing it in one go, as smooth as flowing water, the whole process was just in the blink of an eye. It was a lightning-fast goal. 2 seconds after Hua Yuguan scored the goal, Wang Jue finally reacted and stopped the cool action in his hands. It was so embarrassing. A big show, humiliating himself. Wang Jue, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you pass the ball? Are you showing off? His teammates cursed. Wang Jue backhanded himself and threw 2 big punches. The whole audience burst into laughter. Hua Yuguan punched the air with both fists. These 2 beautiful long-distance 3-pointers gave him great confidence. It turned out that Zhang Wanyo did not lie to him. He really was a shooting genius, born with extraordinary accuracy. Liu Yumian was also very surprised. It turned out that her stupid son was also talented. He was born with extraordinary accuracy. After the magic root was replaced, this talent was further amplified. Seeing Hua Yuguan's wonderful performance, Liu Yumian was greatly inspired. She had already conceived the future direction of Hua Yuguan's training in her mind: hidden weapons, acupoint pressing, creatures from the demon world, and technology from the divine world. Changing positions and trying again, Class 72 served again. This time they learned their lesson and didn't dare to show off anymore, just passing the ball. As soon as they saw Hua Yuguan approaching within 5 meters, they immediately passed the ball. The worst thing was that the other players in Class 69 also wanted to deal with Hua Yuguan. They even deliberately strolled around the field, with their faces clearly saying, "Hua Yuguan, you are so strong, just fight on your own." Thanks to their teammates' let-up, Class 72 scored a goal. Damn it! Just fight yourself. Hua Yuguan was furious. In this case, I will start to show my real skills. I'll serve. Hua Yuguan rushed forward and snatched the basketball from his teammates' hands. Hua Yuguan smiled coldly, walked to the sidelines, and prepared to serve. Wang Tuojuan, you are such a good person, you should show more. Catch the ball. As he said this, he burst out with all his strength, pushed his hands forward suddenly, and shot the basketball towards Wang Tuojuan with amazing speed and power. At the same time, Liu Yumian in the audience stand saw the right moment, shook her long legs gently, and cast a spell. The magic of her thighs was so amazing that even the spell had a charming fragrance. At the moment when Wang Tuojuan caught the ball with both hands, the basketball suddenly turned into a solid steel ball. Wang Tuojuan realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The steel ball broke through his hands and hit his chest. This is not a basketball. This is a cannonball. Wow! Wang Tuojuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell backwards. This time, his internal injuries were exposed. Hua Yuguan took a deep breath. This spell smells so good. Perfect cooperation, so in tune with each other. Mom, I love you. In an instant, the steel ball bounced off Wang Tuojuan and turned back into a basketball. Hua Yuguan jumped forward, caught the basketball, and slowly walked forward while dribbling the ball to show everyone that there was nothing wrong with the basketball, but that it was Wang Tuojuan's problem. Wang Tuojuan turned over, supported himself on the ground with one hand, covered his chest with the other hand, and coughed heavily a few times, coughing up a pool of blood. Hua Yuguan smiled brightly and asked him with pretended concern, "Wang Tuojuan, what's wrong with you? Is it a recurrence of your old injury? You caught a normal pass like this." He deliberately emphasized the word ordinary, which was full of provocation. Wang Tuojuan gritted his teeth in frustration and glared at Hua Yuguan with a sharp gaze. He finally realized that Hua Yuguan came for him. But he didn't know how Hua Yuguan turned the basketball into a steel ball in an instant. HMPH. Wang Tuojuan snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. He can handle this injury. He stood up and regained his smiling face. It's okay, it's just a mouth ulcer. Go on, go on. Har har. Although he said nothing was wrong, hatred was surging in his heart. He was ready to take action, but this time, he didn't want to cause Hua Yuguan to suffer a comminuted fracture. Instead, he wanted to kill him. Be careful of his hands. The range of the dragon-catching and bone-breaking hand's energy is within 3 meters. Liu Yumian reminded Hua Yuguan. Seeing Hua Yuguan strolling around with the ball, the 3 players from Class 72 rushed towards him at the same time, trying to snatch the ball. However, Hua Yuguan just jumped lightly, threw the ball into the air, and the ball went in again, still a 3-pointer. His shooting became more and more skillful, and even more elegant and calm. Yang Xiang, the bully of class 72, winked at Wang Tuojuan fiercely, which was caught by Hua Yuguan. It turned out that he was colluding with Wang Tuojuan. The game continues. One is a dragon-catching bone-breaking hand, and the other is a steel ball hitting people. What kind of basketball game is this? This is clearly a game of backstabbing. Class 72 served. Wang Tuojuan pretended to support Hua Yuguan and trotted towards him. He was going to kill him. Hua Yuguan smelled danger and immediately ran away, keeping a distance of more than 3 meters from Wang Tuojuan. Wang Tuojuan sped up to chase him, determined to break his bones. Hua Yuguan dodged left and right, refusing to let him get close. The two people seem to be fooling around, but in fact they are full of murderous intentions. While the two were chasing each other, Class 72 scored a rebound. Li Gaodan, the sports committee member outside the stadium, yelled, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Wang Tuojuan couldn't catch up and was so angry that he started to talk nonsense. Hua Yuguan, let's cooperate well, don't run so fast. Hua Yuguan casually replied, Wang Tuojuan, let's cooperate well. Don't run so slowly. Me? Wang Tuojuan clenched his fists in anger, his bones crackling. I will kill you sooner or later. The right to serve was in the hands of Class 69 again. Guard Yang Wei was holding the ball and was about to serve at the sideline, but Hua Yuguan made a swift charge and snatched the basketball away again. Let me serve the ball. Har har har. Holding the basketball in his hand, Hua Yuguan laughed loudly towards the sky. Second shot. I'll see if you can survive. You bastard Wang Tuojuan. Psycho. Yang Wei shook his hands and walked back into the field. Hua Yuguan jumped to the sidelines holding a basketball. The basketball shells were filled and ready to be fired. Good man Wang Tuojuan, are you ready? Don't do the same as last time. I gave you a chance, but you. It's useless. Beneath the nonchalant voice lies a sharp knife or sword. However, this time, Wang Tuojuan was not afraid at all. He even retorted, Humph. Even if the toad puffs up its body, it won't amount to anything. I can kill it with 1 foot. As he spoke, he stamped his feet and took a horse stance. He drew a circle with his hands in front of his chest. His expression was firm and his eyes were contemptuous. How could he dodge the ball when someone kindly served it to him? He had to receive it. Wang Tuojuan is an expert. He stumbled last time because he was caught off guard. Who could have thought that a basketball would turn into a steel ball? This time, he was fully prepared. What was the big deal about catching a steel ball? Hua Yuguan glanced at his mother in the audience, hoping that he and his mother could really understand each other. Then, he suddenly exerted force and shot the basketball towards Wang Tuojuan. Humph. That's it? How funny. Wang Tuojuan raised his palms and caught the basketball steadily. He caught the ball, but why was his whole body shaking like crazy? Was it because he was too excited? Har 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 har. Hua Yuguan laughed heartily. That's an electric ball. Chapter 16 I'm fighting 9 people today. Hua Yuguan threw their first ball, and Wang Tuojuan caught it casually, but it turned out to be a steel ball, which directly hit him and caused internal injuries. On the second throw, Wang Tuojuan tried his best to catch it, but it turned out to be an electric ball. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Har har har. Hua Yuguan laughed and vented his anger for Zhu Sandu. What he wanted just now was the electric ball, but he didn't expect that Liu Yumian really guessed his thoughts. Wang Tuojuan's whole body was shaking. The strong electric current made his muscles stiff and contracted, and he couldn't let go of the basketball. He was in excruciating pain, his 7 orifices were fuming and his eyes were rolling back. Hua Yuguan walked towards him and kept making sarcastic remarks. Hey, what are you doing, good man? Are you performing? Or are you having a seizure? I gave you the chance but you didn't use it. I am so disappointed. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are afraid of electric shock. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Tuojuan was electrocuted and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. He fainted on the spot, but his body was still shaking from inertia. Hua Yuguan snorted coldly. Good man, this matter is not over yet. He originally thought that he would have to fight hard to defeat Wang Tuojuan, but unexpectedly, with his pitching talent and the tacit understanding with his mother, he was able to defeat Wang Tuojuan with just 2 balls. This is so easy. Or is it because I have become stronger again? The referee called a timeout. What's wrong with Wang Tuojuan? Squad leader Ma Baoguo ran over with a few people. Li Gaodan picked up the basketball on the ground and patted it. It's just an ordinary basketball. Weird. It's really inexplicable. How could he be injured like this? Several people surrounded Wang Tuojuan. Hua Yuguan saw that the time was ripe and it was time to expose Wang Tuojuan's crimes. I remember now, Wang Tuojuan was possessed by the evil power he was practicing, and his meridians are flowing backwards. Hua Yuguan began to guide. Don't talk nonsense. Ma Baoguo pinched Wang Tuojuan's philtrum. How could he know any evil skills? Hua Yuguan knew that if he told the truth directly, no one would believe him, so he said it in a different way. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, send him to the school clinic and Aunt Chunlan will take his pulse and we will know for sure. To be able to become the gold medal school doctor of Daham Middle School, Ma Chunlan must have magical skills. She is a top Qigong master. It just so happened that Zhu Santu was also in the school infirmary. As long as Wang Tuojuan was sent in, Aunt Chunlan would immediately be able to find out that it was Wang Tuojuan who had murdered Zhu Santu. Soon, the stretcher team came in again, carried the unconscious Wang Tuojuan out of the basketball court and sent him to the school infirmary. The first half of the basketball game hadn't even ended yet, and 2 people were already seriously injured. It was unbelievable. The classmates were pointing and talking, saying all kinds of things. Hua Yuguan had already taken half of his revenge and wanted to leave the court, but at this moment, he received an order from Liu Yumian. Xiao Hua, you must play the whole game. Go crazy. Just treat it as a throwing training. Tomorrow, Mom will give you a unique hidden weapon, and you are very suitable to use it. Hidden weapon. Hua Yu's head suddenly trembled. That's right. I'm so accurate at throwing the ball. If I practice hard, I will be the king of hidden weapons. Maybe I can even be invincible. Little Flower's flying knife never misses its target. Hua Yuguan's cultivation route gradually became clear, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. All right. Do your best. Take it seriously. Treat it as a hard practice. Hua Yuguan encouraged himself passionately. The game continued. As Wang Tuojuan left, the sports committee member Li Gaodan came back to play. The other 4 contestants in class 69 were very unhappy with Hua Yuguan, but they were not so unhappy as to become his direct enemy. But this is not important. What is important is that Hua Yuguan's blood has been aroused. You must listen to your mother and go crazy. He was so excited that he took the initiative to taunt all the players on the field. Come on, come on. Cats and dogs. Don't you like me? Come on. I'm Hua Yuguan, and I'm fighting 1 against 9 today. Fuck. Who the hell is Kwang? 1 against 9, right? I'll help you. Li Gaodan shouted and defected to class 72. The other 3 followed, cursing. In the audience stands, there was a storm. Shouts, screams, and thunderbolts from the blue sky. The game started again. As soon as the whistle sounded, a ball hit the target. It was unclear who hit whom, but 1 person fell to the ground instantly. Then 3 people collided with each other, and 2 of them flew out. Go to hell. Fuck him. A group of crazy people were jumping around and colliding violently on the basketball court. 9 people surrounded 1. Then 2 more were knocked away. Some fell, some stood up, and they rushed forward without caring about their own lives. It was impossible to tell who was who. Anyway, they were all crazy and reckless. Bang! With a loud bang, the ball hit the backboard with explosive force and scored a goal. This time it was Hua Yuguan. The fight continued like an explosion. He shouted, "Over there, surround him. Block him. Hit him on the head." In the passionate collision, people kept falling down, getting up again, and flying out again. The scene was quite spectacular. Whoosh! A long 3-pointer from Hua Yuguan again. Har 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 har. So what if I'm 1 against 9? I can still kill you all. Hua Yuguan's arrogant laughter resounded through the sky. All the audience stood up, laughing, shouting, dancing, and smashing water bottles. It was crazy, everyone was crazy. No, not everyone. Liu Yumian and Zhang Wanyo sat quietly in the center of the audience stand, whispering to each other. The 2 most important women in Hua Yuguan, his mother and his wife, don't care about Hua Yuguan's competition at all. The reason was simple, because the heated scenes on the basketball court were nothing more than garbage time in their eyes, and they believed in Hua Yuguan's strength. Those 9 were just ordinary people, just sparring partners. He was just training, not competing. Sister Liu, what is your relationship with Hua Yuguan? Zhang Wanyo finally couldn't help it. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but she was a little embarrassed. Liu Yumian smiled evilly and lied, lover. Har har, I don't believe it. Why? Because he has a very special kind of dependence on you, for more than the feeling of a lover. Right? Zhang Wanyo seemed very sure, but also seemed unsure. In short, it was very complicated. She is pure and smart. So Liu Yumian confessed directly, har har, actually I am his mother, his biological mother. Har har, Sister Liu really knows how to joke. Of course Zhang Wanyo would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. It is impossible for there to be such a charming mother in the world. Only in the demon world. Liu Yumian knew she would say that. So she changed her words again, actually, I am his master's wife. Zhang Wanyo felt that it seemed somewhat reliable, so she chose to believe it for the time being. Liu Yumian never wanted to pretend to be Hua Yuguan's sister or someone of the same generation, because she was the high and mighty demon queen. She had to be above Hua Yuguan. This was the dignity of a queen. Then why? Because he is too weak, I sneaked into the school to teach him a very special. The demon queen continued to make up stories and talk nonsense. It doesn't matter, Zhang Wanyo believed it anyway. In fact, she didn't really believe it, but she couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation no matter how hard she tried. The whistle for the end of the first half blew, but there was no need to play the second half. The match between Class 69 and Class 72 was declared over. Because Hua Yuguan was the only one standing on the basketball court, while the other 9 players all fell to the ground, rolling and wailing. And on the electronic scoreboard, there appeared the most outrageous score since the founding of Dahao Middle School. 288-30. Hua Yu pass. Hua Yu pass. The whole audience cheered for him. He became famous. Hua Yuguan is so handsome. Invincible Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan stood in the cheers, tears welling up in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had enjoyed such treatment. Chapter 17, Chronicles of Gods, Demons and Demons. Hua Yuguan got some exercise and made great progress in this game. It's not just an improvement in accuracy, but also an improvement in confidence and courage. What made him happiest and most excited was that many of his classmates in Class 69 and Class 72 had put aside their prejudices and accepted him, and were willing to cheer and scream for him. Trash, coward, loser. He felt like he had finally gotten rid of these hateful burdens. Liu Yumian and Zhang Wanyo walked down from the audience stand to celebrate Hua Yuguan's 1-on-9 show. Hua Yuguan, you are really, really amazing now. Xiao Hua Hua, I didn't expect you to be so good at shooting. In this respect, you are quite similar to someone, har 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 har. The enthusiastic cheers overwhelmed Hua Yuguan's mind. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. He was so intoxicated that he forgot himself and rushed over to give Liu Yumian and Zhang Wanyo a big hug. He held Zhang Wanyo with his left hand and Liu Yumian with his right hand. They hugged each other tightly, tears flashing in his eyes. The dreamlike land of intoxication. The soft and tender paradise of jade and flowers. Thank you. Thank you. A voice from the depths of the soul. This scene was so shocking that it could destroy the heavens and the earth. One was a pure little fairy, and the other was a demon queen who was more beautiful than anyone else in the world. Both of them were in his arms, hugging him at the same time. The cheers from the audience stopped instantly, replaced by crying and cursing. How can you do this? Hugging the new and old school beauties on both sides. I want to die. Hua Yuguan, I hate you. What do you like about him? One of them is blind, but both of them. Oh my god. Please, give me one. Scumbag. Scumbag. Hua Yuguan then realized that something was very wrong, so he quickly let go and took 2 steps back. Har har, oh no, I've been misunderstood, har har. Hua Yuguan looked silly again, scratching his head, at a loss as to what to do. Even if it was a misunderstanding, it was a sweet misunderstanding. Zhang Wanyo's face blushed, she lowered her head, smiled sweetly, then turned and ran away. I'm going back to the dormitory to review my homework. What are you talking about? Even her back view when she was running away was so cute. Hey! Hua Yuguan raised his left hand. Suddenly, Liu Yumian also disappeared. Xiao Hua Hua, mommy has to go pick out the most powerful and invincible hidden weapon for you. See you tonight. Hey! Hua Yuguan raised his right hand. They all left. Seeing that both the new and old school beauties left Hua Yuguan, the cursing subsided. Forget it, let's go to the school clinic to see Zhu Santu. And Wang Tuojuan. Hua Yuguan left the basketball court. Wang Tuojuan was not in the school infirmary, he was picked up on the way. It seems that this matter is not over yet. With Wang Tuojuan's despicable character, vicious revenge is inevitable. But Hua Yuguan is not afraid at all, because he will soon be a top hidden weapon master, and next time he will just get rid of him directly. Hua Yuguan found Zhu Santu and found that he had indeed suffered a comminuted fracture and had to be hospitalized for a period of time. Zhu Santu looked indifferent. He said he would just treat it as a long vacation. It was a rare leisure time, which was good. Hua Yuguan smiled and said, "Are you ever not free every day?" Zhu Santu is always so different. He lies on the hospital bed, not playing with his mobile phone, but reading a thick book, which has at least 3,000 or 4,000 pages. What are you reading? Such a big book. Hua Yuguan sat next to Zhu Santu. Snap. Zhu Santu closed the book and handed it to Hua Yuguan. You should read this book, Lao Hua. Hua Yuguan didn't want to answer it. Zhu Santu just kept handing it to him, and added meaningfully, maybe, it will be of great use to you in the future. He seemed to know something, but also seemed to be just talking nonsense. Hua Yuguan felt that this guy often liked to say some weird things, so he was not surprised. Okay, let me see what it is. Hua Yuguan took it and took a look. It was an ancient book with gold lines and a black background. The mottled cover was engraved with traces of time. 7 bright red characters made people's eyes light up, Chronicles of Gods, Demons and Demons. Hua Yuguan opened the cover, and the old and vicissitudes of life came to his face. He casually flipped through the catalogue and was immediately interested. I didn't expect it to be such a good book. The original god, the original demon, the god and the demon god, it turns out that there is such a magnificent history of war and evolution between the gods and demons. God is born from the rise and fall of illusion, and devil is born from the catastrophe of God. The gods created the entire divine world through the method of transformation, while the demons corrupted half of the divine world into the demon world through the method of corruption. God regards himself as light, origin, holiness, immeasurable, desireless and just. God believes that it is the devil's fall, desire and reproduction that have brought sin, suffering and destruction. But the devil said that God is the root of calamity and reincarnation, and without God there would be no calamity. The devil is the essence and end of God. Thus, a war that lasted 900 million years broke out between gods and demons. It was a matter of destroying demons or having no gods. Swords and spears killed each other, and the war raged. The tide of war gave birth to the demon soul. Until the appearance of the wise god king, his special experience gave him a heart that was open to everything. He was a heretic and led his followers to break the taboos between demons and gods, living with demons, accepting the corruption of demons, and giving birth to descendants of demon-god hybrids. The wise god king called these descendants the great saints. He who is neither a god nor a demon and who does not conquer or fight is a great sage. As the wise god king expected, the appearance of the great sage quickly reversed the situation of the chaotic battle between the gods and demons. Because they were too strong, combining the power of gods and demons in one, and because they were half-blooded gods and demons, they always remained neutral and never favored any side. The great sage seized control of both the worlds of gods and demons, and advocated that gods and demons should be one and the same for all eternity. As more and more great saints appeared, the war between demons and gods that lasted for 900 million years finally came to an end. The wise god king succeeded, and his crazy behavior brought precious peace to the two worlds. He was honored as the great saint and wise Taizu, and his glory will last for thousands of generations. However, the peace only lasted for a short 100,000 years before bigger problems arose. The great sage was not that holy. Two differences gradually emerged between them. One was dominated by divinity, who could perfectly integrate divine power and magical power to create new power. The other was dominated by magical power, who could use divine power to strengthen magical power, thus greatly improving various magic skills. Two branches were formed, gods and demon gods. Because the differences were too great and irreconcilable, a new war broke out between the gods and demons, and the unmixed original gods and demons became the vulnerable groups that were oppressed and slaughtered. Gods and demons, demon gods, and original demons. The four major branches are fighting fiercely. This time, the war became even more crazy, without any mercy, without any rules, and at any cost. The worlds of gods and demons became even darker. The terrible melee continued for tens of millions of years. After major events such as the rise of the original gods, the technology of the Mad King of gods and demons, the mutation of the original demons, and the unification of the demon world by the demon gods, 80% of the four major branches were killed, the two worlds withered, and all things were on the verge of annihilation. It wasn't until a billion years later that a turning point appeared again. The spirits of gods, demons and devils who died in battle continued to accumulate, eventually leading to a huge explosion in the two worlds of gods and demons. The explosion formed a huge vortex of disillusionment, which madly swept away a large amount of magic power and divine power. More than half of the gods, demons and devils were washed away and turned into white bodies in this vortex. The so-called white body means losing all magical powers, no longer living long, without the power of gods and demons, and will not be destroyed by disasters. The white body is called by gods and demons benevolence, or people. Quite unexpectedly, the emergence of humans brought new hope to both worlds. The disputes between gods and demons are all caused by the differences between divinity and demoniac nature. Then, if humans have neither divinity nor demoniac nature, humans may be able to achieve a peaceful world without conflict or war. For this hope, the four major branches of gods and demons finally sat down at the negotiating table. After difficult negotiations, they finally reached their gods and demons armistice agreement. The agreement stipulates that the two worlds will put aside all differences and temporarily cease fire for 10,000 years. They will work together to create a space-time for humans to survive and reproduce, and this space-time is called the universe. Within 10,000 years, except for the leaders of the four major branches, no living creatures in the two worlds can enter the universe. This 10,000 years is actually an observation period, because the two worlds are worried that humans will be like the great sage, slowly awakening new divinity or devilishness over time. If humanity does not awaken or recover within 10,000 years, the agreement will remain in effect and a new era of peace will be upon us. The worlds of gods and demons are already in ruins and will eventually decline and disappear naturally, while the white bodies of gods, demons and demon gods will dominate the new world of the future. This may be the end of the peace between gods and demons. Oh my god! Hua Yuguan flipped through the chronicle and couldn't help but sigh, this book is so grand. Chapter 18 Stormy Night. The desolate, tragic and grandeur of Chronicles of Gods and Demons deeply shocked Hua Yuguan. But he was full of doubts about the book. He asked Zhu Santu, if the history in this book is true, then how do we humans know these things? Human civilization has existed for 9,300 years, and the deadline for the 10,000-year truce agreement between the demon world and the two worlds is very close. Perhaps they feel it is necessary to let us know this history. Zhu Santu's skinny body seemed to contain abundant wisdom. Hua Yuguan couldn't find any reason not to believe it. He flipped through the chapter on the Demon Queen, which described the Demon Queen's beauty as unprecedented in the two worlds, the ultimate in beauty. But her name was not written in the book because it could not be read in human language. Bar. Hua Yuguan shook his head. She is definitely not as pretty as my mom. It seems that there are also some bragging passages in this book. Zhu Santu found Hua Yuguan flipping through the chapter that interested him the most. He said with a sly smile, "Hey, how beautiful do you think the Demon Queen is? I really want to see her." Hua Yuguan held his nose, grinned and said in a weird voice, "I don't know, but it must be very coquettish. So, can humans and the Demon Queen have children? Let's try it when we get a chance. If she's really that beautiful, I'd better give birth to hundreds of kids." Har har har. The two brothers laughed heartily. Ouch. Hua Yuguan's right hand suddenly lost control and he slapped himself. Old flower, you. Mosquito, mosquito. Har har, hit the mosquito. Hua Yuguan smiled awkwardly, thinking that it was caused by his muscle cramps due to overtraining. Of course he didn't know that anyone, anywhere, who mentioned the Demon Queen would be heard by the Demon Queen. Hua Yuguan chatted with Zhu Santu and helped him get dinner. After eating and drinking, it was dark. Hua Yuguan returned to the boys' dormitory. After all, it is an aristocratic school, and the dormitories at Deham Middle School are very luxurious. Dormitory 101 is 100 square meters and is equipped with a study, balcony, bathroom, and technology room. Only 5 people live there: Hua Yuguan, Zhu Santu, Yang Wei, Bao Jinxiong, and Dao Tong. When Hua Yuguan walked into the 101 dormitory, Bao Jinxiong and Dao Tong were fighting again. How fucking annoying. These two guys have very bad tempers and are sworn enemies in Dormitory 101. They always fight over trivial matters, smashing things and causing chaos in the dormitory. In the past, no one dared to say anything to them, and if they did, they would only be dragged into a more chaotic fight. But now, Dormitory 101 has an owner. As soon as Hua Yuguan entered the dormitory, he pointed at the two people and yelled, "You two stop right now. Get out and fight if you want." Bao Jinxiong was so furious that he forgot for a moment that Hua Yuguan was not someone he could mess with now. He grabbed Dao Tong with one hand and the water cup with the other and threw it at Hua Yuguan. "You useless dog. Do you want to die?" Hua Yuguan smashed the flying teacup with a punch, jumped up, grabbed Bao Jinxiong's neck, and threw him out of the dormitory with his backhand. Bang! With a loud bang, Bao Jinxiong fell onto the aisle like a pile of mud. "You!" Hua Yuguan pointed at Bao Jinxiong and issued an imperial decree with the courage of an emperor: either kneel down at the door and reflect on your actions for 3 hours, or transfer to another school and get out. Zhen Kang climbed up with a proud and confident look on his face, saying, "How could I be afraid of you? Today, I just kneel down." Damn it. Dao Tong shrank his neck. Luckily he had held back. The boss of our 101 dormitory is different. From now on, without the boss's permission, I, Dao Tong, will never dare to do anything in the dormitory. You're smart. Hua Yuguan didn't intend to embarrass him. Yang Wei also ran out of the study and flattered him, "Boss Hua. Har har, I was beaten so badly by you on the court. I am convinced. From now on, all of us in Dormitory 101 will follow Boss Hua's lead. Boss, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west." Okay. Hua Yuguan walked into the bedroom. "I'm not Lei Haiquan. Lei Haiquan loves people flattering him the most. Lying in bed, thinking about my mother and my wife. Sleeping." In the middle of the night, before dawn, Hua Yuguan was suddenly awakened by a phone call. He narrowed his eyes and grabbed the phone on the bedside table. Just as he was about to curse, that person spoke first. "Hey, Hua Yuguan, it's a good thing you turned on your phone, otherwise, we would have to go to your dormitory to catch you, har 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 har." There seemed to be thousands of sharp knives hidden in the soft and noble voice. Hua Yuguan suddenly sat up from the bed and uttered 3 ominous words: "Wang Tuojuan. Hua Yuguan, come to the basketball court in the gymnasium and die immediately. I can leave you with an intact body." Wang Tuojuan brought his thugs to challenge him, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He is a man of principle. If he is beaten in the gym, he must fight back in the gym. Liu Yumian, Mom has gone to help Hua Yuguan find the most invincible hidden weapon and has not come back yet. Mom is not here. Hua Yu is not very concerned. It won't be too late to deal with them when Mom comes back. Humph. If you ask me to go, I will go. Okay, then don't come. Wang Tuojuan changed the subject and suddenly showed his fangs. "Anyway, your goddess Zhang Wanyo is in our hands now. If you don't come within 10 minutes, we will take her turns here. Live broadcast for everyone to see, har 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 har." Crazy laughter, wanton laughter, inhumane laughter. Wang Tuojuan's words deeply hurt Hua Yuguan's soul like a sharp knife. He shouted, "You bastard who is worse than pigs and dogs. If you dare to touch her, I will kill your whole family." Wang Tuojuan didn't hear anything at all. He was very smart. He hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, leaving Hua Yuguan no room to maneuver. It seems that this time, he really wants to kill someone. Hua Yuguan jumped out of bed anxiously, put on her clothes, and ran out of the dormitory. He ran as fast as he could and arrived at the Human Pioneer Gymnasium in less than 3 minutes. He rushed into the gymnasium, calling Zhang Wanyo's name loudly, and ran towards the basketball court on the east side of the gymnasium. "Zhang Wanyo! Zhang Wanyo!" Their voices were anxious and pale, angry and afraid. 3 figures appeared on the basketball court. The one on the left was tall and strong as a rhinoceros. He was holding a large iron ball with a diameter of half a meter, which he was obviously going to use to smash Hua Yuguan to death. The one on the right is short but solidly built, shirtless, muscular, and holding a long knife. The one in the middle, Wang Tuojuan, who has a kind face but a dagger hidden in his smile, is sitting in a wheelchair, and it seems that he is indeed seriously injured. "Where's Zhang Wanyo?" Hua Yuguan shouted anxiously. "Wang Tuojuan, I'm the one who offended you, let her go first." Har har har. Wang Tuojuan was so proud of himself that he laughed at him contemptuously. "Hua Yuguan, you are such a fool with a pig's brain. I, Wang Tuojuan, am a gentleman with high moral standards. How could I do such a thing? I tricked you into coming here with just one sentence. You, a pig head, deserve to die." No wonder he hung up the phone so quickly, it was a strategy. Bar. Hua Yuguan spat, "What a disgusting thing. But this is good news, as long as Zhang Wanyo is okay." Hua Yuguan didn't say anything more. He just took a step back, prepared to face the enemy, and got ready for a fight. Fortunately, Wang Tuojuan only brought 2 people with him. "I should be able to handle it," he thought. However, at this moment, Wang Tuojuan waved his hand, and like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, he uttered 3 cold words: "Play. Basketball." Whoosh, 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 a dozen black shadows suddenly jumped out from all directions. Hua Yuguan was shocked. So many people. It's over. Chapter 19. The Demon Queen's Hidden Weapon. The sky is not bright, and neither are people's hearts. Wang Tuojuan sat in a wheelchair, with a fierce look in his eyes like a beast. "Hit him like a basketball." At his command, 18 men in black followed suit, trampled through their withered yellow lights, and besieged Huayu Pass. Hua Yuguan had no way to retreat and was forced to fight. He had trained in his mother's special training room. In this kind of situation, he must not sit still and wait for death. He must fight back. Break out a breakthrough. R. Hua Yuguan roared, turned around and charged towards the black shadow. In a high-speed collision, Hua Yuguan kicked out and collided head-on with a black shadow's iron fist. Boom! The collision of mortal bodies could actually produce such a loud explosion. With a scream, the shadow flew more than 10 meters away. There was blood, but it was covered by the darkness, so I couldn't see it clearly, and I didn't care. He killed one instantly, creating a gap, but the other 17 shadows immediately flew over from 3 sides to kill him. There was no way to escape. Hua Yuguan turned around and charged in the opposite direction again. This is the basic technique of repeated roundabout charges, and it is the only correct solution to dealing with an encirclement. Hua Yuguan's back and forth attack caught the enemy off guard. Hua Yuguan leaned forward, slammed his feet against the ground, and drove his whole body forward in a rotation, drilling into the enemy like a drill. What a spinning charge! 3 black shadows intercepted Hua Yuguan with wild punches and kicks. Hua Yuguan's rotating fists collided with the 3 shadows. The moment they came into contact, it was like a drill stirring cement. The fierce fists and feet twisted together. Snap! Hard against hard, to see who was tougher. The sound of broken bones and screams rang out, which was quite terrifying. Hua Yuguan is harder. In the blink of an eye, 3 black shadows fell to the ground, and Huayu Pass broke through again. Other black-clad thugs attacked from 3 sides. Hua Yuguan quickly changed direction and rushed back again. He must not be surrounded by the enemy on all sides. He dodged left and right, charging repeatedly. Due to his extremely strong body and proper use of tactics, the men in black were unable to surround him, and he killed 6 of them instead. Wang Tuojuan was so excited that he clapped his hands. Very good. Well done, Hua Yuguan, you are more capable than I expected. What a pity, it's meaningless. Hua Yuguan has tactics, and of course Wang Tuojuan does too. Those 18 black-clad thugs were used to consume Hua Yuguan, and he only brought 2 real masters, the Iron Ball Warrior on the left and the Swift Wind Swordsman on the right. Hua Yuguan also realized this problem. Although he was extremely brave, the repeated charges had seriously depleted his physical strength and he was already gasping for breath. After killing 3 more, only half of the black shadows were left, and they could no longer hold Hua Yuguan back. The time has come. Hua Yuguan's brows tightened, and he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to burst out with all his strength. He slammed his feet into the ground, jumped up quickly, and jumped towards Wang Tuojuan like an eagle flying in the sky. This was a premeditated attack, and it was also his only chance. Clang! With a clear and loud sound, the swift-winged swordsman drew his sword from its sheath. The blade was drawn out of the scabbard, cutting through the night wind. It flashed sharply under the withered yellow light, and actually cut out a dazzling ray of light. Fortunately, Hua Yuguan was extremely agile and somersaulted in the air like a swallow, avoiding the fatal knife light coming towards him. Swish! The blade slashed through the night sky, slashed across the basketball court, and left a terrible deep scar. This person has reached a state of unity between man and sword. He is a master among masters. Hua Yuguan dodged the knife, but he no longer had the strength to dodge the big iron ball that followed. Yang Zi flipped over and landed on the big iron ball that was flying in the air. Wow! Hua Yuguan spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew more than 10 meters away with the ball. Yang Zi fell to the ground, his stomach churning, and he kept spitting out blood. Wang Tuojuan slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, "This ball is returned to you." Har har. I, Wang Tuojuan, have always been a kind person who knows how to repay kindness. You gave me 2 balls, and I will give you 20. 10 iron balls this big would be enough to take Hua Yuguan's life, let alone 20 of them. Catch him and smash the second one. Wang Tuojuan waved his hand and 9 thugs in black immediately rushed forward. The injured Hua Yuguan resisted a few times, but he was pale and weak and was beaten severely instead. Soon, the men in black had Hua Yuguan firmly under their control, and he had become a fish on the chopping board. The big iron ball rolled back to the feet of the iron ball warrior, who actually grabbed the iron ball with just one hand and prepared to hit it again. He is also an expert among experts. Wang Tuojuan completely tore off the mask of hypocrisy, and his face was filled with sinister intent. The second time, hit him there. Make sure he has no descendants. He pointed at the middle part of Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan was so scared that his face turned pale. No. I am still a. I haven't. Why not just kill me? The strong man grabbed the iron ball with one hand, swung it twice, and threw it out with a roar. If it hits, Hua Yuguan will instantly become a eunuch. The big iron ball exploded suddenly when it was halfway through its flight. Boom! The big black iron ball exploded into iron powder in mid-air. It was so amazing. What kind of terrifying force could explode the big iron ball? Wang Tuojuan and the 2 masters beside him were trembling with fear. They opened their mouths and eyes wide, unable to believe it. But Hua Yuguan smiled, and an extremely warm name flashed through his mind, Mom. A fragrant breeze blew in, and a beautiful figure fell. She came back from the demon world. The demon queen Liu Yumian came with a scent, wearing a black bodysuit and a pair of dark red dragon bone high heels. In fact, this is the costume of the demon world. Her amazing figure, highlighted by the tights, even intoxicated the stars in the night, blinking their eyes in fascination. She spun gracefully from mid-air and landed on top of Hua Yuguan, standing on top of him with her legs apart. Hua Yuguan once again looked up at Liu Yumian from this subtle angle. Tights. So magnificent. So overwhelming. She was like a god, towering over everything, overwhelming the world. Mom. Why do you always like to stand on me? Hua Yuguan's eyes sparkled like stars. Then next time, sit down again. No human words came out of the demon queen's mouth. Of course he didn't know that his mother was the invincible and noble demon queen, and no matter what she did, she had to be on top. What are you talking about? It's better to stand. Hua Yuguan blushed a little, of course it was because he had just experienced a fierce fight and hadn't recovered yet. Liu Yumian's appearance frightened Wang Tuojuan. He knew this woman was very powerful. You two, hurry up. Use your special moves. Wang Tuojuan whispered to the 2 masters beside him. The swift wind blade master took a step forward, gathering strength for a strike of the sword, and with one strike he made 1,000 cuts. His supreme skill created 1,000 overlapping sword lights, which were dazzling and powerful enough to even cut off a small building. However, when the thousands of sword lights slashed at Liu Yumian's body, it was like slashing at a black hole, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Impossible. The swift blade hand trembled and shouted. Let me do it. The Iron Ball warrior patted his chest like a gorilla, opened his arms and jumped towards Liu Yumian. His special skill is close combat, grabbing the enemy and mashing them into a pulp. Unfortunately, he was still 3 meters away from Liu Yumian when he was bounced away by her invincible and powerful aura. Demonic aura. Strengthened witch aura. Gods and demons can perfectly combine divine power and magical power to generate new power, while demons can use divine power to strengthen magical power, making various magic skills even more powerful. Even the Iron Ball warrior couldn't break through this aura, let alone the 9 black-clad thugs. They could only stand there and stare, completely mesmerized by Liu Yumian. Liu Yumian completely ignored everything around her and just focused on talking to Hua Yuguan. Baby, mommy has found the most invincible hidden weapon for you. The demon queen's gentle voice will always be reserved for Hua Yuguan alone. What? Take it out and show it to me. Liu Yumian waved his hand, and with a whoosh, a golden light fell from the sky, and a ball of shining golden light landed on Hua Yuguan's chest. Wow. Anyway, no matter what it is, just say wow first. What my mother gave me must be good stuff. The golden light disappeared very quickly. Hua Yuguan, lying on the ground, took a closer look and was suddenly shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frightened out of his wits. Is this a hidden weapon? How can this be a hidden weapon? Are you crazy? What kind of hidden weapon is this? Hua Yuguan yelled wildly. He was so shocked that he could hardly believe his eyes. Chapter 20 The Beast That Feeds on God. The super invincible hidden weapon that Liu Yumian brought back from the demon world turned out to be a pig. A round, lucky little golden pig. Slightly larger than a basketball. It has a pig head, a pig brain, and a pig tail, with limbs so short that they are almost invisible, a ball-like body and big, fan-like ears, a short nose, and big eyes. Although it looks a little different from a real pig, it is still full of the characteristics of a pig. Even if it is really good-looking, it is just a weird pig. Hua Yuguan was so frightened that his throat was about to explode. Pig hidden weapon. Hidden weapon pig. Forget it. Just stay in the pig pen. What kind of hidden weapon is that? That's outrageous. How dare you? Liu Yumian suddenly became stern and used the witch's voice transmission to teach Hua Yuguan a lesson. How can it look like a pig? It is a hidden weapon, and the most powerful and invincible hidden weapon king. The lucky little golden pig seemed to be able to read other people's emotions. It stood arrogantly on Hua Yuguan's chest, nudged him with its nose and made a humming sound, as if laughing at him for not knowing the value of things. Hua Yuguan continued to scream while lying on the ground. It looks like a pig all over. And it makes stupid pig noises. Mom, are you mistaken? Did you lose your hidden weapon and just use a pig to trick me? Idiot. When has mom ever lied to you? They lie every day. Hua Yuguan had no idea of her mother's good intentions. Liu Yumian was angry. You are such an uneducated bad boy. Liu Yumian raised her foot and was about to step on Hua Yuguan. She wanted to teach him a lesson. I wonder what it feels like to step on those beautiful and light keel high heels. Hua Yuguan was so frightened that he shouted, okay. I believe it. I believe it. It's outrageous. What a shame if this kick really came down. Is it okay to step on it? What kind of lesson is this about stepping on someone in tights and high heels? I can't accept this mother anymore. The two men were completely immersed in their own world, and the dozen or so enemies were treated as air by them. You two, hold on. Whined towards you and felt that the situation was not good, so he left a word and quietly ran away in his wheelchair. The Swift Blade Man and the Iron Ball Warrior have no sense of loyalty. They just do things for money. They did not run away, but were simply bewitched by Liu Yumian. Their feet were out of control and they could not take a step to escape. The black-clad thugs were the same, staring at Liu Yumian with their mouths watering. That peerless beauty, that amazing figure, those seductive tight high heels. It is a rare happiness to be able to take one more look at her. This fast should end now, Hua Yuguan thought. So he drooped his eyelids and weakly acted out an answer. Okay, the pig is a hidden weapon. So how should it be used? He felt like he was going crazy. But Liu Yumian bent down seriously and taught him earnestly, Xiao Hua, you are so stupid. As for hidden weapons, of course you should throw them. First, observe the enemy, lock the target with your eyes, imagine in your mind how to knock them all down with a basketball, and design the route well. Wow. The tights were bent down and were about to burst. Those were two suns. They could burn all the desires in the world. The man in black was even more fascinated. Hua Yuguan had no choice but to continue to listen. He glanced at the enemies around him, determined their positions, and planned a route in his mind. Liu Yumian made a domineering beating gesture and continued to teach, then throw it out like shooting a basketball. Remember, the first target depends on you, you must hit it accurately. The following targets depend on it. Hua Yuguan didn't quite understand what was said, so he picked up the ridiculous little golden pig and threw it out fiercely. Go to hell, you stinky pig! Well, the fast should be over. Hua Yuguan was just about to see the stinky pig's joke, but he never expected that suddenly there would be a burst of continuous golden light flashing, and the 9 black-clad thugs and the 2 masters instantly fell to the ground with serious injuries in the golden light, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Because they were injured so badly, they couldn't even scream. What's going on? Hua Yuguan felt dizzy and dazed. He opened his mouth wide, forgot to blink his eyes, and forgot to breathe through his nose. Did you see that? Idiot! Liu Yumian raised her long eyebrows, and a gleam of pride flashed in her beautiful big eyes. Hua Yuguan suddenly came back to his senses, and finally he figured out what had just happened. That lucky little golden pig. No. That divine beast. Hua Yuguan threw it and hit the first black-clad thug. The strong impact instantly injured him and knocked him down. Then it bounced to the second black-clad thug, and then the third, the fourth. It followed the route Hua Yuguan had planned in his mind and finally bounced back onto the 2 masters. The swift blade master moved quickly, he drew his sword to block, and when the golden pig smashed over, both the man and the sword were broken. The Iron Ball warrior was very strong, but he couldn't withstand the pig's attack at all. This strike actually achieved a terrifying 11 kills in an instant. And Hua Yuguan didn't even use his full strength. Too amazing. Of course, Wang Tuojuan was missed because Hua Yuguan did not see him when he scanned the enemy just now. After the golden light, people and horses fell to the ground. The little golden pig floated in the air, proudly raising its head. Hum, hum, the pig's cry became louder. Hua Yuguan suddenly sat up, hugged Liu Yumian's legs excitedly and acted like a spoiled child. That pig is really an invincible hidden weapon. I'm sorry, Mom, I was wrong. It's really too strong. I told you it's not a pig, it's. Liu Yumian looked up at the starry sky, raised his hands high, and called out its name in his true voice as if reading an imperial decree, God-eating beast. The little golden piglet was so happy that he was humming and jumping around. What a golden, gorgeous, and fragrant little thing. The demon queen had thought about this a long time ago. Hua Yuguan's body could not accept magic power. If he relied solely on martial arts, he could only become an ordinary strong man. If he was given a magic weapon, any slightly stronger magic weapon would require magic power to drive. Therefore, there are only 2 ways for him to become a top master: the biological flow of the demon world, the technological flow of the divine world. The demon world is known for its creatures. There are many powerful creatures in the demon world, some of which are so powerful that even the demon queen cannot tame them. As long as Hua Yuguan controls a few of them, even if he has no magic power at all, he can become the king standing at the top of the human world. The God realm has a lot of powerful technology, and all human technology comes from the inferior technology of the God realm. But the demon queen does not understand the field of technology, so she can only take a long-term view. This pig is the weakest level of monster in the demon world, and Hua Yuguan can only control this level at present. The demon queen put a lot of effort into Hua Yuguan's growth. But why is it called the God-eating beast? Is it delicious when cooked into a dish? Hua Yuguan was very curious. A beast that feeds on gods. It's called the God-eating beast. Arr! Is it so scary? Har har. Hua Yuguan nudged Liu Yumian's leg with his head and smiled helplessly. Of course he knew his mother was lying to him again, all that stuff about eating gods and exaggerating about going to heaven. But it's still not right. Hua Yuguan looked up at Liu Yumian. What's the matter? It's so arrogant and has such a good temperament. It's shining with gold. At most, it can be considered a murder weapon. How can it be related to a hidden weapon? Liu Yumian snapped his fingers and shouted in his true voice, God-eating beast, hide! The little golden pig disappeared without a trace in an instant. Wow! It can actually turn invisible. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just let it turn invisible and bite? The God-eating beast is a very simple creature. It will never learn to attack actively. It thinks it is playing a game with you, so you have to hit the first enemy before it is willing to play with you. The more difficult the first enemy you hit, the more excited it will be. This is its nature. Liu Yumian explained gently and patiently. Har har, it's exposed, right? How could a low-level creature without any aggression eat gods? It's such an outrageous lie. Herbivorous beasts are more like it. Herbivore, destroy him. Chapter 21, Someone wants to pursue my mom. What kind of god-eating beast is this? It's clearly a low-level herbivorous beast. Who are you, thought? Forget it, just cooperate with mom and continue acting. After all, mom is doing it for your own good. The god-eating beast is too brutal. Hua Yuguan's eyes sparkled, and he deliberately emphasized the god-eating beast, and then asked, then, herbivorous? No. How can I summon the god-eating beast after it becomes invisible? Mom has already trained you. You just need to shout, here comes the god-eating beast. The witch said. Hua Yuguan slapped himself on the forehead. Mom, have you watched something like Little Magic Fairies? Why did you train it to be so weird? There was no other way. Hua Yuguan shouted, here comes the god-eating beast. His idiotic temperament was overwhelming. No. I have to retrain it in the future. Use a more powerful formula, such as, Pig Chuangtar. Whoosh. With a flash of golden light, the little golden pig appeared beside Hua Yuguan, floating and nudging him with its snout. At this point, Hua Yuguan's favorability towards the little golden pig reached its maximum. He hugged the god-eating beast and squeezed it in his arms. It was so strange. It was so soft when he held it in his arms, so how could it be so powerful when he threw it? Mmm. It seemed that even the squeals of pigs became more pleasant to hear. Seeing that Hua Yuguan liked the god-eating beast so much, Liu Yumian felt relieved. Okay, review how to use the god-eating beast again, and today's special training will be complete. Liu Yumian pointed to the entrance of the gymnasium and reminded Hua Yuguan, Wang Tuojuan, he ran away. Damn it, I forgot about him. Just now, all my attention was focused on the pig, and I didn't even notice that Wang Tuojuan had already run away in his wheelchair. Until this time, Hua Yuguan finally decided to get up. It seemed like lying on the ground was very comfortable, he actually lay there for so long. Could it be because the angle of looking up was very exciting? Come on, Xiao Hua Hua. Get ready to shoot a three-pointer of 1,000 meters. Liu Yumian encouraged his son. But I don't know where Wang Tuojuan is. Liu Yumian immediately located him, outside the gymnasium gate, 300 meters southeast, and then 200 meters east. It is under the golden namu tree near the school gate. It's too far. I can't throw it that far. Plan the route well, and you just need to hit the first target. The more difficult the first target is, the more excited the God Eater will be, and the farther it will fly, the more powerful it will be. Okay. Hua Yuguan picked up the God-eating beast and aimed at the street light at the entrance of the gymnasium. That was it. With a roar and a full-strength throw, the pig flew out of his hand, and the golden light pierced the night sky. Wang Tuojuan was sweating profusely at this time. He parked his wheelchair under a tree to rest for a while, muttering, "Damn it! What a powerful monster pig! Fortunately, I can run fast. Hua Yuguan, just wait. Next time, I will ask my dad to send troops to kill your whole family." Bang! The god-eating beast flew 500 meters and hit the street lamp. The first difficult strike suddenly turned golden red due to excitement. Immediately afterwards, the god-eating beast changed direction and rebounded violently, hitting a stone pillar 300 meters away, and rebounded again, hitting a golden namu tree 200 meters away. The last rebound hit Wang Tuojuan. Pig! R! Blood splattered and the wheelchair shattered. Wang Tuojuan, such an upright gentleman, was taken away by the little pig just like that. He could not close his eyes in death. Hearing Wang Tuojuan's cry, Hua Yuguan knew that he had hit the target. The target was 1,000 meters away. One hit to kill. He jumped up with excitement. The god-eating beast is too strong. I, Hua Yuguan, am invincible. Har 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 har. Stupid Xiao Hua Hua, it's too early. This pig. Oh. No. This god-eating beast has many more powerful moves, but the level of tacit understanding between you two is still very low. Mom, you just admitted it was a pig. Don't interrupt. I was brought up by you. So you have to train it harder. Its special moves are simply earth-shattering. The two chatted for a while, and then a ray of dawn appeared in the east, and it was almost dawn. Liu Yumian asked Hua Yuguan to go back to the dormitory to change his dirty clothes. So Hua Yuguan shouted, "Come here, the god-eating beast," and called the little golden pig to his side. He happily took it out of the gymnasium. Liu Yumian had to stay and deal with the scene with special means. From then on, there was no longer a person named Hua Yuguan in the world. The god-eating beast is a weak little pet raised by the demon queen, and it only listens to the demon queen's words. Since it is too weak in the demon world and belongs to the demon queen's personal belongings, it does not violate the truce agreement between gods and demons. Hua Yuguan also has the aura of the demon queen, so he can control the god-eating beast. As for what it eats, Hua Yuguan doesn't need to worry about it since it only eats once in a long time. Everything was handled quietly and no one would know what happened in the gym. Then Liu Yumian turned around and changed her magic costume back into her school uniform skirt. Let's continue to live an interesting study life with Hua Yuguan in school. At least she found it entertaining. Her black tights and dragon bone high heels were extremely charming and enchanting. In fact, the tights were not clothes at all, but magic skin. If their classmates saw it, half of them would probably go crazy. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to see it, because the mortals who saw it would either die or be enslaved. Except Hua Yuguan. A new day of campus life begins. With the god-eating beast in hand, Hua Yuguan was in high spirits. He felt that no one in Daham Middle School could bully him. When Hua Yuguan walked into the classroom, the way his classmates looked at him had changed, turning into envy, jealousy and admiration. Some even bowed to him and called him the boss. Huh! My wife Zhang Wanyo looks a little unhappy today. There were 4 classes in the morning, and Zhang Wanyo seemed to be deliberately avoiding Hua Yuguan the entire morning. After class, Hua Yuguan took the opportunity to talk to his wife, but his wife always ignored him. She always stuck with her good sisters and didn't give Hua Yuguan a chance to be alone with her. Hua Yuguan was very unhappy, while Liu Yumian was standing beside him, laughing and making sarcastic remarks. "Sir Hua, you are such a loser. You can't even chase a little girl, and you need mom to help you again. Sir Hua, you are such a big idiot, har har. What happened to Zhang Wanyo? Has she completely forgotten the tenderness and sweetness in the ruins of the garden?" Hua Yuguan was in distress. When should he find a chance to get close to her? Today is Friday, a very bad day. Zhang Wanyo was irritating in the morning, and Liu Yumian got into trouble in the afternoon. During the second Chinese class in the afternoon, there was a strange commotion in the school, as if the entire building of the great university was in chaos. Someone suddenly pointed out the window and shouted, "Wow! Love letter in the sky." Hua Yuguan turned his head and looked out the window, only to see a huge hot air balloon slowly flying diagonally above the school building. The hot air balloon was covered with densely packed red roses, at least tens of thousands of them. There was a heart in the middle of the hot air balloon, and a banner was hung on the heart. On that banner, there were 6 big characters written on it: "Liu Yumian, I love you." A bolt from the blue. Hua Yuguan felt a tightness in her heart, her brows furrowed, and the blood rushed to her head. What's going on? Who did it? Do you love Liu Yumian? Are you worthy? Are you messing with my mentality? Hua Yuguan's heart was filled with 1,000 horses galloping. Hua Yuguan looked at Liu Yumian in confusion, but Liu Yumian smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "I didn't expect mom's popularity to be so high." The campus exploded. The students rushed to their windows and started to make a noise, regardless of the class. Wow! How romantic! Who did this? Isn't it Hua Yuguan? Our new super school beauty is so charming. There's more than just one. There are 10. So generous. 10? Hua Yuguan also rushed to their window and looked up at the sky. He saw 10 rose hot air balloons lined up in a row. The display of 100,000 roses was dazzling and had a moving momentum. Hua Yuguan was furious. "Let me know who it is, I will kill him in a minute." Chapter 22 He must be killed. 100,000 red roses are floating in the sky, and 10, "I love you," are written in the air. This is not something that ordinary people can do, and a romantic atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire school. Even Chinese teacher Li Jibin came to the window and looked at the sky and couldn't help sighing. Who would spend so much time on such useless things? They must be crazy. Although he said he was crazy, His eyes were honest and there was a glimmer of envy in them. Hua Yuguan's face was clouded with gloom, and there was a volcano erupting wildly in his pupils. His fists were clenched, and the muscles in his arms were throbbing. This was the most humiliating crisis he had ever encountered in his life. You want to chase my mom? You must be kidding. There is no man on earth who is worthy of her. However, Liu Yumian was completely the opposite. A proud fairy flower blossomed on her face, and she was naturally gorgeous. Even as the demon queen, it was inevitable that she would be a little happy when encountering such a thing. The students cheered loudly and pointed the finger at Hua Yuguan. It must have been Hua Yuguan who did it. He has such a good relationship with Liu Yumian. This is too much. Feeding dog food to their whole school. Old Hua, is it really necessary to show off like this? It's too hurtful. Hua Yuguan raised his right hand and shouted angrily, I will show you whether it was me who did it. Come here, god-eating beast. Swoosh. With a flash of golden light, the god-eating beast appeared in Hua Yuguan's right hand. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, what a cute little pig this is, a little one full of blessings. Hua Yuguan aimed at the first rose hot air balloon floating in the sky and shouted, go to hell. With muscles and bones, and violently thrown, the god-eating beast flew out of his hand and shot towards the hot air balloon, leaving a golden tail. With a loud bang, the god-eater hit the first hot air balloon, causing it to explode and fall. Then the little piglet began to perform a gorgeous series of rebounds. Bang, bang, bang. The little golden pig angrily hit the sky, and bounced 9 times in a row in the golden light. Each time it bounced, it shot through a balloon. In the blink of an eye, all 10 balloons were destroyed, swaying in the wind and falling down. After destroying all the targets, the god-eater excitedly spun in the air, humming and humming, as if celebrating its victory in the game. The god-eating beast hides. Xiao Juju is missing. Hua Yuguan pointed to the sky and issued a fierce warning, if I find out who did this, those broken balloons will be his fate. The momentum was good, but unfortunately, it had no deterrent effect at all, and it even had the opposite effect. After the 10 hot air balloons were shot down, 100,000 red roses scattered their petals in the sky. For a moment, rose petals covered the sky, forming a super romantic and warm flower rain. The sky was full of brilliance, and the booing from the students in the whole school became even more intense. Hua Yuguan was confused. Didn't I help that person? The whole school shouted Liu Yumian's name. The charm of the new school beauty was like an overturned sea, drowning everything in the school. Although I don't know who the other party is, the feud has been formed. Har har, that's really interesting. The demon queen sat gracefully, motionless, just smiling slightly, very charming. How can this be fun? Hua Yuguan was furious. Ding-a-ling, school is over. Let's go. Let's have fun. The classmates dispersed. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends. On the 5th floor of the school, still in front of the French window, the tall and strong Debeshu was talking to the air. What did you find out? Lian Feifeng's eerie voice rang out in the air. Hua Yuguan's parents are very strange. His mother is called Xing'er and his father is called Xuanwu. Both of them rarely go out and stay at home all day doing housework and taking care of the garden. His home address is even stranger. It's a castle-like manor in a remote woods outside the west of the city. Lian Feifeng, who is permanently invisible, is a master of investigation and reconnaissance. Debeshu rebuked sharply, then why don't you kill them? Give Liu Yumian a warning. Oh, there's an incredibly powerful barrier around his house. I don't even have a chance to get close. Debeshu was very surprised. There's something wrong with this family. But? Lian Feifeng immediately added, today is Friday. After school, his parents will drive to pick him up. So, on the way. Great. We must kill them all. A blood sacrifice to 1,000 faces. Debeshu's tone was ferocious, with a sinister look between his brows. The short and fat Ptolemy came over, shaking his red wine glass. So, what about Liu Yumian? Who is she? What is her relationship with Hua Yuguan? I'm sorry, there is no information about her in the human world. Lian Feifeng replied disappointedly. Ptolemy drank a mouthful of human blood from the cup, and even his voice was bloody. Great. She is indeed from the demon world. This is really a godsend. She should be a powerful witch. Davy stroked his chin with his hand, making one mistake after another. That thing is almost finished. I can use it to deal with her right away. If I can use the devil's soul to make an elixir, wow. Ptolemy drank all the human blood and smashed the wine glass. His eyes were as excited as a shark hunting in the abyss. The great sad hand ordered Li and Feifan, they are out of school now, go ahead and make sure Hua Yuguan's entire family is killed. Whoosh! A biting cold wind blew out. School is over, time to go home. As usual, Xing'er and Xuanwu would soon arrive at the school gate to pick Hua Yuguan up and take her home. The two of them were Hua Yuguan's fake parents in the human world. They obeyed Hua Yuguan in everything and took good care of her. They were the ones who attended the parent-teacher conferences, so no one in the school had ever seen Liu Yumian before. Of course, Hua Yuguan didn't know that Xing'er and Xuanwu were not human beings, but puppets made by the demon queen using apricot trees and basalt. Zhang Wanyo must have something on her mind, because she ran away as soon as school was over. When Hua Yuguan wanted to find her, she was gone. Hua Yuguan sighed and decided to wait until next week to talk to his wife about his true feelings. Today was really a very unhappy day. Hua Yuguan walked back to Liu Yumian with a gloomy face and whispered, "Mom, let's go home together." Okay. Liu Yumian stood up, a warm smile spreading across her beautiful face. Going home from school with my son is quite romantic just thinking about it. Hua Yuguan was in a bad mood and didn't want to say anything, so she turned around and left. The two walked out of the classroom together and strolled away under the envious gazes of everyone. When Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian arrived at the school gate, suddenly a strong golden light flashed over. Wow! So shiny! Hua Yuguan avoided the light, looked at it from a different angle, and was immediately shocked. There was a golden luxury sedan parked on the road, with a graceful and elegant shape and extraordinary style. The classmates crowded around the car, praising and cheering. Hua Yuguan frowned, having a bad feeling. There was a bus parked next to the golden car. The door of the bus opened first, and 30 bodyguards in black suits jumped out quickly, all of them were strong and muscular men. Bodyguards in black suits pushed the crowd aside and cleared a path. Damn! What a big shot, so pretentious! Hua Yuguan cursed inwardly. The golden sedan finally opened its door, and a tall and handsome man got out of the sedan and walked up to Liu Yumian with an extraordinary gait. He is a rare handsome man, about 20 years old. He has a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a sharp face with clear contours, tough yet handsome. Blonde hair, sunglasses, and unique earrings, fashionable and elegant. A retro handmade jacket shows extraordinary taste, and a pair of noble cellar leather shoes highlight the perfect details. The man politely took off his sunglasses, bowed gracefully, and said in a magnetic voice, "Beautiful Miss Liu Yumian, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" Damn it! It's him? It must be him. Hua Yuguan's eyes were blazing with anger, and his blood was rushing to his head. He must have been the one who released those 10 rose balloons. He wanted to pursue Liu Yumian, and he did it in front of Hua Yuguan. It was too much, too rude, and too infuriating. Hua Yuguan had never been so angry in his life. He must be killed. Chapter 23, Piggy's Limit. Before Liu Yumian could speak, Hua Yuguan stepped forward and stood between the two of them. Hua Yuguan folded his hands, tilted his head, and looked disgusted. "Who the hell are you?" His voice and eyes were full of hostility. "Oh wow." The man smiled strangely when he saw Hua Yuguan. "So it's Hua Yuguan, the famous classmate from the Han Middle School. I've heard of you for a long time. You're really famous." The sarcastic voice and disdainful attitude directly hit Hua Yuguan's sore spot. It seems that this man knows a lot about Hua Yuguan's shameful past. The man's attitude was like a rusty nail that pierced Hua Yuguan's heart, and it was the kind that caused tetanus. Hua Yuguan was in pain and heartache. Hua Yuguan hated this pretentious man very much, and he started to compete with him. "Asking your name. How rude. Are you afraid to tell me?" Yang Sinyu. A name stirs up 1,000 waves, because the richest man in this city is surnamed Yang. It is said that the third young master of the Yang family is handsome and elegant, and it seems that he is the one. In the first round, Hua Yuguan lost. "She wants to have dinner with you. Are you worthy?" Hua Yuguan posed a difficult question. "If you say she is worthy, you are arrogant. If you say she is not worthy, you are inferior. Ms. Liu is stunningly beautiful, of course I am not worthy of her. Yang Xinyu said politely, but I think others are even less worthy, so I am making this bold invitation, and I hope Miss Liu will show some mercy. Perfect response, extraordinary wit. In the second round, Hua Yuguan lost again. You are such a low-class person. You put a hot air balloon into the school. Do you know how bad the impact is for the school? My admiration for Miss Liu made me lose my mind and do crazy things. I feel deeply guilty about this. So I have asked the housekeeper to contact the school, take the initiative to admit my mistake and donate 100 million worth of school supplies, hoping to make up for my mistake. The students around cheered and applauded. Isn't this the typical perfect man? In the third round, Hua Yuguan lost again. Hua Yuguan was stunned, and couldn't think of anything else to say to embarrass him. This man was handsome, smart, and sophisticated, and he looked impeccable. But Hua Yuguan firmly believed that he was definitely not a good person, because Hua Yuguan smelled a stench similar to Wang Tuojuan's on him. Seeing Hua Yuguan's speechless embarrassment, Yang Xinyu seized the opportunity, took a step forward with powerful momentum, and at the same time stared at Hua Yuguan with contempt. Hua Yuguan was shocked by his gaze, panicked, and took a step back. Yang Xinyu smiled evilly, his face seemed to say, "Just you? Trash." Hua Yusin felt uneasy. I can't compare to him. Liu Yumian saw this and found it very interesting. So the demon queen started to add fuel to the fire again, and said to Yang Xinyu in a charming voice, "You are really outstanding. It's not impossible for us to have dinner together." As she spoke, her slender jade finger touched Yang Xinyu, as if touching his soul. A divine light flashed in Yang Xinyu's eyes, his face was like peach blossoms blooming in the spring breeze, and his heart was like waves rushing straight into the sky. My noble and beautiful queen, I, Yang Xinyu, am so lucky to have you do me a favor. He was overjoyed and bowed to invite, then please get in the car, Miss Liu. Seeing that Liu Yumian was about to leave with Yang Xinyu, Hua Yuguan was forced into a rage. He couldn't stand it any longer, so he took a step forward, pointed at Yang Xinyu and shouted, "You have 3 seconds to get out." Hua Yuguan knew Liu Yumian's character very well. Although she was very strong and knew some magic, this woman was sometimes very unreliable. If she followed a cunning man like that, she might be deceived into doing something. Moreover, it was well known that there was no good person in the Yang family. Yang Xinyu could not be an exception. Got to protect mom. Yang Xinyu stared at Hua Yuguan, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He grinned contemptuously, waved his hand and said to the 30 bodyguards, "This Hua Xiaoye has been in class for a day and is tired. You should send him home quickly." 30 bodyguards formed a large black mass and walked towards Hua Yu Pass. "Well, since you guys want to take action, I want to be polite." Hua Yuguan raised his right hand and called out loudly, "Come here, God-eating beast." For the first time, he realized how satisfying it was to shout these 4 words out loud. With a flash of golden light, a chubby little golden pig that brings fortune appeared in his right hand. Hum. Hum. Squealing like a pig, looking so stupid. God-eating beast. Yang Xinyu burst into laughter and couldn't help but sneer wildly, using a pig as a weapon. Har har har. I didn't expect that you are not only the number 1 waste in Dahao Middle School, but also the number 1 idiot. Har har. Pigs and you are a perfect match, har har har. The onlookers were laughing so hard, it was so funny. But at this time, Hua Yuguan did not feel inferior to the ridicule, but felt very proud. As for hidden weapons, the more unexpected the better. Har. With a roar, Hua Yuguan burst out with all his strength and threw the god-eating beast out with one hand. With this throw, he added the technique of spinning the ball. The god-eating beast flew out fiercely, and due to its super high-speed rotation, it drew a circular trajectory of glittering golden light in the air. After flying out, it circled back towards Hua Yuguan and hit the bodyguard in a black suit who was closest to Hua Yuguan. This first strike was extremely difficult and ingenious. The god-eating beast was greatly encouraged, and its entire body turned into the ultimate violent blood red. The super chain rebound began. Bang, bang, bang. The god-eating beasts collided in succession, and blood flashed in an instant. The crazy collisions formed a fierce whirlwind, which swept the leaves and the school skirts flew up. In the blink of an eye, 30 bodyguards in black suits fell to the ground at the same time, seriously injured. 1 strike, 30 kills. The god-eating beast actually bounced back 30 times in a row. It reached an astonishing limit. Unfortunately, Yang Xinyu was the 31st target, and the god-eating beast had run out of energy and was unable to knock him down. The god-eating beast hides. Go and take a rest, little Jujuju. This attack scared Liu Yumian. 30 consecutive kills. The god-eating beast created a new record. This blow almost scared everyone present to death. What a crazy weapon. Even machine guns and cannons are far inferior to it. Yang Sinyu's eyes were about to burst. He looked at the 30 bodyguards lying on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face, and his emotions plummeting like an avalanche. This, am I dreaming? Yang Xinyu shook his head, unable to believe it. Bang! Hua Yuguan threw a big dice at him with his backhand. Does it hurt? Are you dreaming? Yang Xinyu's handsome face was disfigured by the big red slap mark. He wanted to be angry, but he didn't dare to. The pig scared him. It was not until this moment that the frightened audience suddenly burst into wild cheers. This invincible little tufted toad is so scary. Can I have one? I admit it, it's a sacred pig. Why is he gone? Can I see him a little longer? Why you pass? Why you pass? Little piggy. Little piggy. This. It sounds like something is wrong. It doesn't matter. Hua Yuguan poked Yang Sinyu's chest with his middle finger and gave him a lecture. Did you see that? Who do you think you are? You're not even as good as a pig. Get out of here right now. If you dare to hit on Liu Yumian again, I promise that I'll hit you with 30 slaps. Yang Xinyu is the third young master of the richest man's family. It is impossible for such a pampered person to practice martial arts. When the 30 bodyguards fell, he was so scared that he dared not even breathe. He turned around in embarrassment and fled back to the stretched gold sedan, shaking with anger, and drove away. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, clenched his teeth tightly, and the corners of his eyes were burned blood red with anger. Hua Yuguan, I want you to die without a burial place. Liu Yumian walked up to Hua Yuguan and gently touched his face. Xiao Hua, you are really good at shooting. You shoot really well. The murderous aura in Hua Yuguan suddenly disappeared. He took his mother's hand and was as happy as a child. That man is gone, let's go home together. Okay. Let's go home together. Liu Yumian whispered softly, and every word warmed Hua Yuguan's heart. Why hasn't Xing'er and Xuanwu's car arrived yet? In the past, they would have been waiting for Hua Yuguan at the gate before school was over. Forget it, let's just walk and wait. The two of them walked hand in hand towards home. Today's sunset is very brilliant, like flowers blooming all over the sky, sprinkling petals and fragrance on the shoulders of two people. Chapter 24 God-Level Family. Hua Yuguan's home is a paradise. To the west of the outskirts of Hanshui City, there is a remote and quiet forest. In the forest there is a castle-like manor, which is Hua Yuguan's home. Hua Yuguan's family was the only one living within a few miles there. The demon queen didn't want to have too much contact with humans, so she chose to live there. Just like when they were little, Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian walked towards home hand in hand. What is a man who stands tall and proud? Hua Yuguan didn't know. But he knew that even if he was small and weak, he was willing to stand up for the important people around him at the critical moment and use his hot chest to block a knife for them. Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian were walking together, and they looked like either lovers or siblings. Passers-by on the street would never believe their true relationship. Why hasn't Xing'er's mother's car arrived yet? She has never come so late. Hua Yuguan felt strange. Who knows? Maybe I stayed up too late watching cartoons last night. Xing'er is a magic puppet made by Liu Yumian from an apricot tree. She will take care of Hua Yuguan wholeheartedly and listen to Hua Yuguan's words all the time, but her mind is not very mature. She looks like a beautiful mature woman in her 40s, but she always likes childish things. Really? You're so old, but you still like to watch those childish things. That's right, unlike our little Hua, who is obviously a child but always likes to watch some adult things. The last 5 words were emphasized and meaningful, and they sounded even more sarcastic when spoken by Liu Yumian. Hua Yuguan turned her head away, speaking incoherently with nervousness. Mom, you are talking nonsense again. What are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Liu Yumian smiled lightly, and a moist spring breeze blew through her flower-scented voice. Mom knows what's in your phone. So you like that type? Har har, not surprising at all. Mom. That's mine. It's private. You're going too far. Hua Yuguan was so ashamed and angry that she yelled. Huh? You showed it to me yourself, have you forgotten? Liu Yumian started to act like a spoiled brat, pretending to be innocent. Nonsense, why would I show you something like that? What kind of thing? Liu Yumian started to play dumb again. How shameless. The demon queen was at the pinnacle of acting and lying. Hua Yuguan, no matter what she said, could never win over her. Alas. Hua Yuguan sighed, lowered his head and fell into silence. Xiao Hua, why don't you say anything? Don't you have a lot to say to your mother? Har har. No. The two walked for about half an hour. This was the road they took all the way home. Finally, a cool-looking double-row super sports car roared towards us. Its fiery red body was like a raging flame, and its astonishing speed scared passers-by so much that they cursed. Boom boom. In a blink of an eye, the flaming sports car stopped in front of Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian. The car door opened and a noble couple in their 40s got out at the same time. The woman is mature, intellectual, beautiful, dignified, elegant and generous. Her delicate oval face always has a warm and soft smile, her long wine-red hair is piled high, her neckline is long and graceful, and her gold earrings and pearl necklace further highlight her mature and graceful demeanor. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress with a bold and bright design, a low-cut front and a hollow back. The lace skirt was full of summer. All her clothes were designed by the demon queen herself. She usually wore gorgeous clothes whether she was working or cooking. She has an explosive figure, tall and proud, with curvy lines, exuding an intoxicating charm. The demon queen originally made this puppet based on her own body shape, but she felt that a puppet was not worthy of her body shape, so she shrunk it a little. However, even so, it is definitely considered to be a top-notch body shape in the human world. Xing's mother. Hua Yuguan shouted happily. I'm sorry, master and young master. Xing lifted her skirt and saluted gracefully to the two of them, then continued to talk nonsense. We encountered a serious traffic jam on the way. Fortunately, Xuanwu was there. He lifted the car and ran for several kilometers, and finally arrived here. He. Xuanwu is a middle-aged man with a mustache who looks old-fashioned, dark-skinned, expressionless, and serious. Unlike the talkative and cheerful Xing, he rarely speaks, and hardly ever speaks unless it is absolutely necessary. At this moment, he stood upright beside Xing, with broad shoulders, head held high and chest puffed out, looking dignified and imposing, like a very reliable guardian angel. It's okay, Mom Xing, we can just walk around more. Hua Yuguan leaned against Xing, smiling so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. Hua Yuguan likes Xing's mother very much because she will never get angry. No matter what unreasonable requests Hua Yuguan makes to her, she will smile gently and try her best to satisfy him. Wow! Xing exclaimed, it's only been a few days since we last met, and the young master has grown so tall. He's almost as tall as the master. You've grown stronger. Hua Yuguan flexed his biceps proudly. My young master is so great. Wow! Xing kissed Hua Yuguan on the face. Then let's. Xuanwu opened the back door for the two of them. Get in the car and go home. Go home. Go home. Hua Yuguan smiled happily and sat in. Liu Yumian followed closely behind and sat next to Hua Yuguan. Then, a thrilling scene suddenly happened on the side of the road. Xuanwu turned around, lifted the entire flame sports car with both hands, raised it above his head, turned it 180 degrees, and put the car down. Hua Yuguan and Liu Yumian were still sitting on it. It turns out that what he said was not crazy. This is the Hua family's unique quick turn method. Hua Yuguan liked to let Xuanwu play like this since he was a child. Over time, it became a routine in their family, and it was done every time. Pedestrians on the roadside screamed in fright, some were taking pictures, and some were broadcasting live. The dad is super powerful, the mom is beautiful, and the daughter is stunning. This family is amazing. What kind of fairy family is this? It's so amazing. That seems to be one of the most expensive sports cars in the world. Look at his temperament. Compared with his family, the Yang family is so weak. Why didn't I notice it before? What an admirable family. Boom boom. The sports car engine started, Xing drove, stepped on the accelerator, and a blazing red flame flew out. Xing is a mature and beautiful woman who is gentle and considerate from head to toe. The only time she is not gentle at all is when she is driving. Originally Xuanwu was the driver, but one time, Xing'er tried driving and became a super fast racer, which made Liu Yumian incredible, so she became responsible for all the motorcycles in the house. Xuanwu, what dishes have you prepared tonight? Liu Yumian asked. Xuanwu didn't ask or answer, but answered in a serious tone: braised white tiger meat, Tianshan snow lotus soup, spicy tyrannosaurus liver, stir-fried death flour. The names of these dishes alone are enough to scare people to death, but the whole family likes them very much. Hua Yuguan clapped his hands and shouted, "Great! These are all my favorites." "Thank you, Xuanwu Dad." Originally, Xing'er was the chef, but one time, Xuanwu tried cooking and became an invincible chef, which made Liu Yumian feel incredible again, so she let him be responsible for the catering at home. This family is absolutely amazing. Lian Feifeng also thought so, it would be better if it was the best. She quietly flew in the sky, watching the flaming sports car from a distance. Chapter 25 Driving? I'm an expert. The fiery red supercar was speeding at high speed, roaring and racing under Xing'er's driving, like a flame burning through the sky. The magical sports car, carrying a magical family, drove to a magical paradise outside the city. Just after leaving the city, Liu Yumian changed her mind. "Xing'er, get on the highway." "But, master, if we take the highway, it will take an extra hour." Xing'er was a little confused. "There's a traffic jam ahead. Let's take a longer detour. It's been a while since we went for a drive together." The Demon Queen attaches great importance to family affection, which is different from the entire demon world. "Oh, good master." Xing'er turned the steering wheel sharply, and the sports car turned sharply, with the tires making a harsh hissing sound as they cut across the ground. "Driving? I'm an expert." Xing'er smiled. The sudden sharp turn and the strong inertia caused Hua Yuguan to crash headfirst into Liu Yumian's arms, with his entire face buried in them. "Ah! What a nice smell." Mother's arms were like an intoxicating dreamland. "Xing'er, the food in the car is too wild and spicy." Hua Yuguan frowned and made an unclear sound. Xing'er smiled warmly, "It's intentional." "Why?" Hua Yuguan continued to be silent. "Because you like it, young master." Xing'er stuck out her tongue. The beautiful mature woman with a slightly naughty look had a unique charm. "What are you talking about, Xing'er? If you don't like it, why would you be bored for so long?" The three of them laughed and joked with each other. A warm and happy atmosphere filled the entire sports car. Except for Xuanwu. He sat in the co-pilot seat blankly, saying nothing and never smiling, just like a cold and old-fashioned basalt. Everyone has gotten used to him like this. What an amazing family. The flaming sports car drove straight onto the highway and sped towards the woods far away from the city. On the highway, Xing'er went all out, and the gentle mother turned into a racing maniac. In this country, there is no speed limit on the highway. Hua Yuguan likes this speed very much. The faster the car goes, the happier he is. He has been like this since he was a child. He jumped up from Liu Yumian's arms. "Xing'er's mom, you haven't taught me how to drive yet." Hua Yuguan looked at Xing'er with a debt-collecting look. Xing'er promised to teach him how to drive, and she taught him several times, but Hua Yuguan seemed to be a little dull when it came to technology and just couldn't learn it. This point is actually inherited from the characteristics of the demon gods. The demon gods are not good at technology, and Liu Yumian is the same. The demon gods are good at controlling beasts. Xing'er said meaningfully, "Don't I teach you every day?" The puppets created by the demon queen also have the same characteristics as the demon queen's love of telling lies. "I mean it, seriously," Hua Yuguan emphasized. "All right." Xing'er slowly slowed down and stopped the car. Xing'er opened the door and jumped out of the car first, then waved to Hua Yuguan, smiling as softly as the buds of an apricot tree. "Then let's do it now, master." Hua Yuguan took what he said and didn't think much about it. He half stood up, stepped into the driver's seat and sat in. Then Hua Yuguan adjusted the seat in the cab to its maximum position, leaving a small space in front of him so that Xing'er could sit in. They had tried this several times before. Hua Yuguan held Xing'er in his arms, and Xing'er taught him how to drive. He had to sit in the back, otherwise he would block Xing'er's view. "Well, here I come," Xing'er said as she tried to squeeze in front of Hua Yuguan like she did before, but she failed after trying twice. The space in front of Hua Yuguan was too narrow. It was not until this time that Xing'er reacted. She squinted her eyes and said gently, "Har har, I forgot. The young master has grown up now. He is not as frail as before, har har har." Then, Hua Yuguan wanted to give up. Unexpectedly, Xing'er took a deep breath and almost shrunk her abdomen. She is a puppet, she can shrink. It's okay, master. Xing'er has a solution. Xing'er tried again, and this time she succeeded. She squeezed into the cab and sat on Hua Yuguan. Her chassis was very stable, and she sat heavily on it, firmly stuck together. But, Xing'er's mother, won't this be too uncomfortable for you? Har har. A gentle smile will never disappear from Xing'er's face. How can it be uncomfortable to be able to squeeze together with the young master? So, Xing'er tried to teach Hua Yuguan how to drive again. Master, come here and hold the steering wheel. Remember what I told you last time. Step here, this is called the clutch. Xing'er patiently taught Hua Yuguan. Liu Yumian was left in the back seat, but it happened that she had been using her phone to send messages to a very important person. Tomorrow, she had a super big plan, which was about Hua Yuguan's lifelong event, which was very, very important. She had been planning for a long time. Oh! Master, you stepped on the wrong place. That's my foot. It's here, that's right. Xing'er taught very seriously. Unfortunately, Hua Yuguan was too stupid. He fiddled here and there for several minutes before finally starting the car again. However, Xing'er didn't realize that she was just teaching blindly and poisoning Hua Yuguan. She was a car enthusiast, so of course she would only teach others to drive as fiercely as she did. As soon as she started the car, she asked Hua Yuguan to step on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine of the flaming sports car roared, and it sped away in a completely abnormal manner. However, things are different now, the driver's license is too crowded. Coupled with the hot summer weather, they were soon sweating profusely. The sweat of the apricot tree puppet is sweet, and the sweetness is mixed with the scent of the demon world. The car was going faster and faster. The tires were rubbing against the road, the pistons were rubbing against the cylinders. Hua Yuguan held the steering wheel tightly. He was a genius at shooting, but a fool at driving. Every time he turned, he either used too much force or turned too lightly. Every time, Xing'er had to hold his hand tightly and fix the steering wheel in time. Every time it turns, the flame sports car sways left and right several times, and the people in the car sway left and right as well. The tire friction became even more severe. If it were an ordinary tire, it would have burst long ago. Friction. Friction. Fortunately, the demon queen was in the car. She had boundless magical powers and was not afraid of anything happening, so she dared to let Xing'er teach him like this. Xuanwu just sat there silently, not saying a word. He was indeed a stone man. Xing'er was extremely patient and considerate. She taught Hua Yuguan for more than 10 minutes. Hua Yuguan couldn't stand it anymore because it was too hot. His whole body was soaked with sweat. He couldn't tell whose it was. Today. Let's just practice here. Xing'er mom, I want to go and take a breath. Hua Yuguan hesitated, his expression was indescribable. Okay, master. Everything is up to you. Xing'er was about to move out of the way, but at this moment, oh no. Xing'er was stuck. Oh no. Xing'er tried to move her body. Master, you are too strong. Xing'er can't move away. Don't move. Hua Yuguan yelled. He was probably afraid of hurting her. Hua Yuguan turned around in panic and asked Liu Yumian for help. Mom, please help us. However, Liu Yumian was busy looking at her phone. The stunning young girl on the screen made her mesmerized. She is the only girl in the universe who can make the demon queen so fascinated. You have to figure out your own way of dealing with your own problems. Liu Yumian said casually and continued to send messages. What should I do? I can only persevere and drive the car home. Maybe I can learn to drive. Chapter 26 Xiao Hua Hua has grown up. Liu Yumian is concentrating on planning tomorrow's itinerary. Hua Yuguan and Xing'er were still stuck together. Xing'er's mother was determined to teach Hua Yuguan how to drive. She was a demon servant, and as long as the young master asked, she was willing to do anything. Anything. Even teaching him how to drive was a small thing that she would not hesitate to do. The flaming sports car continued to speed crookedly on the highway. Lian Feifeng was left far behind, and she gave up. With Liu Yumian here, even 10,000 of her would not be enough to fight. Moreover, the Hua Yuguan family was well guarded, and even the sports car was enchanted. But why is it stuck? That's a big question. It was too hot and Hua Yuguan was sweating profusely. His whole body was burning with heat. He felt helpless and regretted asking for trouble. However, Xing'er was chatting with Liu Yumian as if nothing had happened. As a puppet, her tolerance for heat was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Master, if we go to the capital tomorrow, what gifts should we bring? We must take out the treasure from the bottom of the box. The person we want to meet is not an ordinary person. Okay. We must let that family open their eyes. Xing'er's eyes lit up. Everyone. All the rich kids in the universe. Liu Yumian emphasized. Har har, Master is so lucky. That's right. What a coincidence. It must be fate. What arrangements? Hua Yuguan had no idea what they were talking about, and he didn't want to ask. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He was so hot and had a burning sensation. Half an hour later, the flame sports car got off the highway and drove into a rugged wilderness path. At the end of the path was a beautiful and quiet forest. Hua Yuguan's home was in the forest. It was fine on the highway just now, it was very flat, but the small road we were taking now had been in disrepair for a long time, and some places were bumpy, so the sports car started to shake. This bump. The tires are so worn out they are about to explode. Hua Yuguan is also like that tire. The sports car meandered along the path. The surrounding wilderness was full of birdsong, lush grass and brilliant summer flowers. The scenery was beautiful. It was a rare opportunity for the family to take a ride in this beautiful scenery, and it was also a very heartwarming thing. When Liu Yumian and her puppet are together, there are always so many topics to talk about. They are not only master and servant, but also friends. They actually talked about tomorrow's trip and then about having children. Actually, Xing'er also wants a baby, but unfortunately, alas. Xing'er sighed. She knew that she was just a puppet servant. Liu Yumian leisurely twirled her hair with her fingers and joked in the unique way of the demon world, Xing'er, maybe one day you will wake up and find yourself pregnant. Har har har. Hua Yuguan's face was tense and his mood was complicated. What kind of topic is this? What does this mean? These two people are really outrageous. Can we talk about something else? 10 minutes later, the sunny evening was suddenly covered with dark clouds and the sky quickly darkened. After all this hard work, Hua Yuguan's skills have improved greatly and he has basically learned how to drive. The bumpy road became even more violent. The sports car ran over a rock, and Hua Yuguan and Xing'er bounced up and then sat down heavily again. Hua Yuguan's face looked just like the horrible weather, and it looked very bad. Finally, a vast forest with no end in sight appeared ahead of us. We were almost home. It was a very beautiful forest with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, which was gorgeous all year round. Liu Yumian brought some strange plants from the demon world, such as eyeball grass, death flower, blood mist flower. She planted them in the castle in the forest, but some of them quickly spread out and covered the entire forest. Therefore, there are often tourists visiting the forest. The demon queen does not want to be disturbed, so she designed the space around the castle into a maze. Ordinary people cannot see the castle at all, let alone enter. Xing'er and Liu Yumian were discussing the abnormal weather when suddenly, a crackling sound of thunder cracked the sky. The thunderbolt came so violently that Hua Yuguan broke out in a cold sweat and shivered all over. Has he been afraid of thunder and lightning since he was a child? Because of fear, Hua Yuguan gritted his teeth, hugged Xing'er tightly, buried his face in her back, and said nothing. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and strangely enough, it started to rain heavily. The weather in summer is changeable and heavy rain can come suddenly. Xing'er quickly closed the car window, but was still splashed with water. She was wet. When the wind and rain came, everything became cold. The air, the trees, the roads, all became cold. And why you pass? Hua Yuguan pushed Xing'er and said in a low voice, Xing'er's mother, please sit in the back. I'll drive. I've already learned it. Eh? Xing'er turned her head and looked at Hua Yuguan with strange eyes. You. Har har har. What's so funny? Hua Yuguan became angry and embarrassed. Isn't it just a little bit stupid? What's so funny? I spent more than a year learning to drive. What's so funny? Or? Xinger smiled knowingly, moved to the side, and suddenly it was no longer stuck. Why was it no longer stuck? So she stepped to the back seat and gave the driver's seat to Hua Yuguan. The flaming sports car drove into the beautiful forest. Xinger and Liu Yumian were sitting in the back row, talking to each other with great excitement. They seemed to be saying something like, "It's useless and needs more exercise." Hua Yuguan stepped on the accelerator hard, and the flame sports car almost flew up on the bumpy road. Finally, I'm home. The castle in the forest, the dreamlike manor, the territory of the demon queen, and the pure land that mortals cannot reach. A majestic classical building stands above the flowers, with mosses and vines crawling on the thick stone walls. The solemn stone pillars quietly guard the garden, and the mysterious reliefs silently listen to the years. The castle and the pavilions are perfectly combined, with spires piercing the sky, flying eaves and corners, and carved beams and painted buildings. The fragrant wind blows the flowers, and the leaves rustle like a poem. The dreamlike scene is obviously not from the human world. This manor was moved here by Liu Yumian from the demon realm. The bronze gate opened automatically, and the flaming sports car slowly drove into the manor. The sports car stopped in the yard. Hua Yuguan opened the door and ran home in a hurry. "Master, why are you running so fast? Slow down." Xinger's voice was gentle and soft. "Change your pants," Hua Yuguan said angrily without even turning his head. "Baby, do you want to sleep with mommy tonight?" Liu Yumian's voice was just as gentle, but the pitch was higher, more domineering and more imposing. "No. I'm grown up." Xinger covered her mouth and said, "I can feel it." She has indeed grown up a lot. With two such mothers, Hua Yuguan feels so happy. Chapter 27 Mom's High Heels. The Hua Yuguan family's dinner was held in the castle's garden. The stone man Xuanwu's cooking skills are as good as Xinger's driving skills. Mix the dried death flower and magic crystals to make a seasoning, spread it on the body of the phoenix chicks and grill them with the hell fire. This is Hua Yuguan's favorite dish in his life. But he has no idea what he is eating. He just eats with relish every time and forgets everything else. A family sitting in the garden, telling jokes, drinking wine and eating meat, there is nothing happier in the world than this. "Baby, hurry up and call out your god-eating beast for a walk." Liu Yumian crossed her legs and shook the wine glass gracefully. The queen's proud figure swayed along with the liquid in the glass. Hua Yuguan's mouth was full of phoenix barbecue, and he shouted indistinctly, "Sai Shensu, come." Whoosh! The little golden pig came in, its big ears fluttering and its cute mouth humming. When the little golden pig saw the mushroom mushrooms blooming on the castle wall, his eyes suddenly shone with golden light. He pounced on them with his butt shaking, opened his big mouth and started to chew them fiercely, making satisfied pig noises as he chewed. Mushroom mushroom is a low-level plant that was snatched from the original god's territory. With a clang, Hua Yuguan's hand froze and the phoenix barbecue fell onto the golden plate. He pointed at the god-eating beast and shouted, "See! It's confirmed! It's really a herbivorous pig." "What god-eating beast? You're lying, Mom." "Are." An embarrassed expression flashed across Liu Yumian's beautiful face, but this expression lasted less than a second and was immediately replaced by a wise smile. "Have you ever heard that chickens eat pebbles to aid digestion? It's the same principle. The god-eating beast has eaten too many gods, so it also needs to eat some low-level plants to aid digestion. The demon queen is first-rate at telling nonsense and lies." Xinger immediately applauded and cheered for her master. Xianwu kept drinking. This stone man especially liked to drink. Hua Yuguan pouted, "Mom, why do you always like to lie to me?" "Because?" Liu Yumian's face showed that super rogue smile again, "Because Mom loves you. Be so shameless that you can evade everything, warm everything, melt everything, and nourish everything." Hua Yuguan lowered his head and ate the barbecue angrily. He had never said that he had won against Liu Yumian once in his life. Har har har. Laughter, joy, happiness. What an amazing family. After a big meal and a good sleep, the next day, their whole family is ready to set off on a special trip. Going to meet someone very, very important. It was just dawn when Hua Yuguan rubbed his eyes and walked out of his mother's bedroom in a daze, with the scent of the demon queen still lingering on his body. Liu Yumian got up before him. She was now lazily lying on the mink flower sofa in the living room, covered only by a large piece of soft silk. Her eyes were sleepy, her posture was lazy, and she looked 3 parts sleepy and 7 parts charming. So beautiful and fragrant. Such a queen is the best for relieving fatigue. Just one look at her will make you sober. Hua Yuguan is no exception. He suddenly woke up, glanced at the glass coffee table in front of his mother, and shouted, "Wow! What is that?" Xing's mother was kneeling beside the coffee table, carefully fiddling with some sparkling things. "These." Liu Yumian stretched out her white jade-like feet and pointed at the coffee table. "These are the most precious treasures in our family." Hua Yuguan took a closer look and found that they were just 3 eggs emitting bright light, each about the size of a rugby ball. "What kind of egg is this? It's so big. Is this strange egg a treasure? And it's of the highest quality. I don't believe it." Hua Yuguan shook his head and walked over. Liu Yumian kicked Hua Yuguan with her foot and said shamelessly, "There are many things you don't believe in. Xiao Hua, come on, help mommy put on her shoes. So lazy. Just put it on yourself." Hua Yuguan turned his head away. As Xing's mother packed the 3 eggs into beautiful gifts, she explained, "These are eggs from the demon kingbird. It only lays 1 every 1,000 years. As long as you hold it in your hands and imagine the creatures you have seen, it will hatch whatever you think of. In fact, only 1 is produced every 10 million years. Wow! So amazing? Can elephants do that?" Hua Yuguan watched Xing packing her treasures while helping her mother put on her high heels. "He says he won't help, but is actually very diligent. The egg of that emperor bird is so slippery." It was a pair of dark red high heels, light and flexible, unique in craftsmanship, and perfectly matched with my mother's elegant temperament. When my mother wore them, she looked even more proud and upright. Liu Yumian said that the shoes were made of jade condensed from the blood of God, and it must be another lie. Har har har. Xing continued packing. Hua Yuguan's words amused her. "What's an elephant? You can even let it hatch a dragon. Of course, you have to have seen a dragon with your own eyes. Oh my god. It's so strong." Hua Yuguan felt more and more distressed the more he looked at it, and asked doubtfully, "Who would you give such a good treasure to? Is the earth ball long? Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself to hatch the god-eating beast?" Unexpectedly, Liu Yumian actually said, "Even if the earth has a ball, he is not worthy of it. Har har, if you give it to that person, you will not lose anything at all. Anyway, sooner or later, we will be a family." The more Liu Yumian spoke, the more strange Hua Yuguan felt. A family? What the hell? Hua Yuguan touched his mouth and kept asking, "Mom, who are we going to meet today?" He was a little nervous. Could it be that his mother wanted to find a boyfriend? Otherwise, how could they be a family? A great man. Liu Yumian just didn't answer him directly. The structure of the blood jade high heels is a bit complicated, with many buttons. You have to hold your feet carefully and feel them carefully before you can put them on. Isn't this too exaggerated? Who is it? Hua Yuguan kept talking. He became even more suspicious. Liu Yumian wasn't keeping the secret, she was just afraid that if she told him, the other student wouldn't go to Huayu Pass. Hua Yuguan was so busy being surprised and asking questions that he made all kinds of mistakes with his hands and put on his left and right shoes the wrong way. He had no choice but to take off his high heels, hold his mother's feet more seriously, and try to put them on again carefully. So Liu Yumian took the opportunity to change the subject. "Xiao Hua, do you like mommy's feet so much? Why do you spend so much time wearing shoes?" "What? The design of these shoes is too complicated and they are difficult to wear." Hua Yuguan was very unconvinced. The stone man Xuanwu carried a plate of small fairy flower cakes into the living room, bowed respectfully to Liu Yumian and Hua Yuguan, held the silver plate, and said only 3 words, "Please taste it." Hua Yuguan quickly picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It's delicious. Hua Yuguan praised it highly. It was so delicious that he licked his fingers. Strange. Why do the fairy flower cakes smell so good today? Hua Yuguan's words reminded Liu Yumian, so she simply said, "Xuanwu, pack 2 boxes of small fairy flower cakes and take them away. Let's get ready to go." "Okay, master." Xuanwu bowed and retreated. "Yeah. Let's go." Hua Yuguan jumped up happily. Shoes. Shoes. Liu Yumian kicked Hua Yuguan. Hua Yuguan had no choice but to squat down and continue putting on his clothes. He couldn't wait to meet that super big shot. He wanted to take a good look at why his mother gave him the best treasure in the family.